1 2 1 2 1 2. Check check 1 2. One two one two one two. Check check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
And a very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen, to a very sunny Banks Homes Riverside here in Chester Street. We are back into the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 for Durham to take on Derbyshire. News from the ground this morning is that Derbyshire have won the toss and have elected to bowl first, so it will be Durham who will be leading things off with the bat. Let's bring you the team news for both sides as umpires Naeem Ashraf and Russell Warren take their first steps out onto the ground this morning. For the hosts, your lineup looks as this. It will be Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, Will Rhodes, David Bedingham, Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Callum Parkinson, and Dwayne Olivier makes his first appearance for Durham since signing in replacement of the injured Kemar Roach. As for Derbyshire, the side looks like this. It's Harry Kame, Lewis Rees, Matthew Montgomery, Caleb Jewell, Captain Will Madsen, Martin Anderson, Brooke Guest, Ben Aitchison, Shoaib Bashir, Mohammed Abbas, who plays for the first time this season, back from international duty with Pakistan, and Nick Potts is the 11th man. You're with myself for today, Ben Fitzpatrick, and welcoming for the first time this morning, Mr. Steve Blades. Good morning to you.
Good morning. It's really good to be back here. Nice to have some championship cricket back at the Banks Homes Riverside after a long gap since the last day here. Viewers may remember the great run chase when Durham beat Lancashire. So, yeah, really good to be back. We'll talk through the pivotal importance of these two mid-season fixtures for both teams as we start the morning. But it looks like it's going to be Mohammed Abbas to open the bowling from the Finkel end for Derbyshire. And it's the pitch is right over towards the far side of the ground, a long way from the pavilion. And it looks to have a degree of grass on it, but we know from these pitches that often they look quite green but don't necessarily misbehave in the way that traditionalists would sometimes suggest they would. So we'll see how we get on this morning on a bright sunny day, but quite breezy.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely an interesting toss to win for Derbyshire this morning, and take a look there at the pictures just at how green that wicket does look. The first opportunity for Mohammed Abbas to take the Red Dukes in hand. And as you said, very pivotal game for both of these sides going into this next block of county championship games. Durham in the lead in the table this season so far. We're about to get underway. And it's runs off the bat into the leg side first off for Alex Lees. It'll just be the single.
So the change in the batting lineup for Durham is, of course, Emilio Gay, no longer available to Durham, having made his Test debut last week at Lord's and played very well. So Will Rhodes comes into the side to replace him, batting at number 3, we believe.
Yeah, Ben McKinney getting the bump up to number 2. We'll face this first ball against Abbas now. Oh, a little bit of shape away from McKinney there.
There are 4 slips waiting eagerly behind, with Abbas moving the ball away from McKinney there.
Yeah, as you'd expect in the early stages of this morning, very aggressive slip cordon being set, particularly to Mohammed Abbas if he is, like you say, going to get that movement away from the left-hander of McKinney. Try and bring that outside edge into play. Oh, a big wave and a miss.
Interestingly, they also have a short leg in place.
Yeah, I was just about to say they've got the man under the helmet there.
Yeah,
it's Matthew Montgomery. That's at short leg with the helmet just out of your picture in the left-hand side of the screen. Just see him there, pretty much right pinpoint center in your screen in that hunched position. As we mentioned, this is a strong performance, a strong game ahead for Durham, currently sitting top of the Division 2 table with a 20-point gap ahead of Northants on 85 points.
Yeah, so with 2 matches at home, they'll be hoping to secure that position at the top of the table, and because the end of the season block of 6 matches come in 5.5 weeks. McKinney firmly behind that one. Yeah, so it's 6 matches in 5.5 weeks at the end of the season. So that's got to be a real challenge for teams and the squad depth, particularly in the bowling department. So it'd be great for Durham if they could get at least 1 victory out of these 2 matches and maintain that lead that they've built up. And we'll talk about Derbyshire's season in a minute as well.
Last ball of the over from Abbas. And it's a leave from McKinney. So McKinney in no rush to start scoring. Alex Lees, though, getting the game's lone run off the first ball he sees this morning. Durham 1 for none.
Yeah, so Derbyshire in an interesting season so far. They have actually won more bonus points than any other side in Division 2, but they find themselves in 5th position. But essentially all the sides other than Gloucestershire are really still in the mix. And Derbyshire started with a draw when they were in a very strong position with Worcestershire and had them following on, but couldn't force a win. And then against Lancashire, they were bowled out for 108 in their second innings, so lost by 29 runs, and then had a heavy defeat to Gloucestershire and to Kent. Now we've got Ben Aitchison from the Lumley end. And Lees turns that behind square on the leg side, trots through for a single. Ben Aitchison had a really good start to the season, one of the leading wicket takers so far. He's got 28 wickets so far for Derbyshire. And he's also got a first-class century for them this season. So brilliant start to the season for him, a bit like Ben Rain for Durham. Yeah, runs and wickets.
Yeah, been really chipping in.
Pushed back by McKinney. Yeah, but after the rather poor, disappointing start to the season, Derbyshire have won their last 2 matches, beating Northants by an innings and then beating Middlesex at Lords. So they came back strongly towards the end. So they'll be hoping to maintain that form and move up the table themselves.
Yeah, it's quite sort of deceiving almost that we talk about the 20-point gap that Durham have at the top of the table over Northants, who are in second place, because you go from second down to 5th, even as far as about 7th place, and there's about 15-20 points between all of the group. Northants in second all the way down to Worcestershire, who are in that 7th place spot. So ooh.
That's a nice ball there from Aitchison, just moving away a little bit from McKinney. But
yeah, like you say, definitely a very competitive second division. Division that Derbyshire will be all too familiar with. This is their 12th season in Division 2 after the relegation all the way back in 2013. Ooh, that does find an outside edge. Drops short of 3rd slip. Montgomery there.
He managed to play that down with quite soft hands, so
you see him just shadow batting there, standing cut shot. There is a man at point, but there's a handy gap between point and sort of a wide mid-off.
safely behind that. And that's 2 overs safely negotiated. Getting a look at what the pitch is doing. A bit of movement initially.
But importantly, both opening batsmen survived their first couple of overs. So Durham 2 for none. Very good morning to those of you that are joining in and tuning in here this morning. We'll be with you across the weekend, which looks like should be a pretty handy weekend. Opening and not expecting it to be affected too much by weather. The Bass continues, and Lees will this time play a defensive shot as opposed to playing off his hip and into the leg side. So he'll see an extra ball in this over. Of course, by all means, leave your comments, your questions in the live stream chat as well. And while you're down there, if you're enjoying the coverage throughout the day and indeed throughout the weekend, be sure to drop us a like and subscribe to make sure you don't miss a moment. Just softly back to a Bass there from Alex Lees.
Very good signing for Derbyshire, Mohammed Abbas. Very experienced 36-year-old. Previously been at Leicestershire, Hampshire and Nottinghamshire last season. So they probably were a bit disappointed that he had to go off on international duty. Played in 2 test matches for Pakistan against Bangladesh and took 10 wickets in those matches. But back now for the remainder of the season, and Lees just pushes it out towards mid-wicket and scampers through for a single.
Yeah, good single that there from Lees, little drop and run. But yeah, absolutely, like you say, it's all well and good being able to rely on players like Ben Aitchison, who was obviously holding down the Lumley end the early portions of this morning. But getting that real powerful overseas pace bowler like Mohammed Abbas.
McKinney in behind that. So both these batters have had slightly mixed starts to the season. McKinney got a very big double century, and Lees has also got a century at Gloucestershire. I think McKinney's got 2 other 50s, but Lees hasn't passed 50 in any of his other innings. So they'll both be hoping to make decent scores in this match. Got to make up for the runs that Emilio Gay has provided so consistently.
That was just played, guided to short cover. Yeah, it's like you're saying about the Mohammed Abbas situation in Gloucestershire, sort of secretly wishing that he wasn't so good and he wasn't so experienced to be selected. Oh, Derbyshire, sorry, to be selected into the Test side. Durham will be sort of feeling a similar fashion in Emilio Gay. Yes, absolutely delighted for him that he's gotten what has been a deserved maiden Test call-up and has been named in the 15 for the second Test as well against New Zealand. It's a full-face defensive there from McKinney to close the over. Durham not in any hurry early, just going at a run and over. 3 without loss.
And no great alarm so far, so you happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. But as we were mentioning, I mean, 552 runs for Emilio Gay so far in Division 2. Granted, it's not the highest scorer for Durham. That would be David Beddingham with 628. But still, as you say, with Alex Lees yet to reach that 50 mark and really try and kick on this season. Ooh, that one's fired down the leg side. Durham have got to find the supporting runs from somewhere else, while Emilio Gay is off representing the country.
Yeah, both Will Rhodes and Colin Ackerman have just had one championship match this season, and neither managed to score many runs in those. So, yeah, important match for Rhodes. And that's pushed down to fine leg. by Lees. So he moves on to 4, and Durham on to 4.
Yeah, been very, very patient at the moment, has Alex Lees, just taking the little drop and runs where he can.
Goes off to the gully area. McKinney watchful at the moment. He's had 1 or 2 slightly wild shots, but generally played sensibly so far, which is good. He's been away with the England Lions in their rather disappointing series against South Africa. So hasn't played a big part in the Durham T20 campaign.
It's just a slight pause in proceedings here. Ben McKinney having a chat with square leg umpire around his helmet. That conversation ending pretty quickly.
I think the umpire might have had his scissors out.
A little bit of
Loose
extra material, yeah, that was just on the chin strap or something like that. Maybe off the top of the lid as well. Well watched.
Yeah, good leave. A reasonable crowd in for the first day, and with the pitch being right over on the far side, rather more spectators in the LNER stand than you often get in the morning. Those who know the ground well will know that many spectators. Ooh,
Wild swing there.
Wild swing, but it goes off the inside edge down to fine legs. So McKinney off the mark in rather dubious manner. Yes, spectators often move around, follow the sun, but many have opted for the proximity to the pitch this morning. And we actually are fortunate that our commentary position is right behind this particular strip, so great for us today.
Oh, big appeal, big shout. Everyone really interested there. The only one not interested, though, was the one that mattered. End of the over. 2 runs off that one.
Reasonable stride in, and may just have been outside the line.
Yeah, it might have just been the slight indication and signal for the umpire that they made a little bit of a gesture out from his body, but thankfully it wasn't the gesture of the finger being raised. So Durham 5 without loss, pick up 2 in that 4th over of the day. It'll be Mohammed Abbas to continue from the Finkel end. And this time it's McKinney's turn to just take the drop and run in towards the mid-wicket area.
Lewis Rees, the fielder there, very reliable player for Derbyshire, batting and bowling. He hasn't bowled very much this season. He's had an injury. I'm not sure if he is going to be fit to bowl, but we'll no doubt see.
Yeah, very important piece for the bowling attack, particularly last season for Derbyshire. Picking up 50 wickets in last season's campaign. That was the highest by some margin as well. Second to Zach Chappell, who picked up 34 across the competition.
He's solidly in behind that one.
Yeah, just getting solid bat on ball at the moment is Alex Lees. Not taking too many risks, as you expect. Could be very difficult sometimes when you've played the block of games back in the short form with the Vitality T20 Blast, and then to come back into the Rothesay County Championship, you've got to sort of rewire your brain a little bit almost as a batsman.
Bit of movement away, but more after it had passed the bat. Yeah, both these bowlers are pretty accurate bowlers. They're not going to give you a lot of room, I don't think, to so there is a degree of patience required, particularly early on in the day.
Yeah, undoubtedly that would have been the message as well from Ryan Campbell and the coaching staff. Losing the toss, imagine wicket like this, a bit of greenery around, would be pleasure to bowl on within this first hour in this morning session. That one's pierced the gap really nicely through covers. Not quite going to go all the way.
Another single, so Durham up to 7 for no wicket.
It's going to give Ben McKinney one ball at Mohamed Abbas to finish off this over. Still bowling to the 4 slip cordon and the short leg as well in place. And it's just a full face defensive straight down into the covers. End of the over then, just the 2 singles from it. Durham just moving slowly but steadily. 7 without loss.
Ben Etchison's going to continue from the Lumley end.
You take a look at the pictures there. You're saying about how those that do come along to the ground generally sit in the members' pavilion for the sunshine. I tell you what, there's not a bad place to catch some sunshine here this morning. Absolutely glorious morning for cricket.
Lee's forward there, and it goes up onto the leg side. Not quite where he intended it.
Yeah, it looked like it was a sort of thick bottom edge or toe of the bat there that's just squirreled away. You see what Alex Lees is trying to do there, just guide it through that gap that I mentioned earlier between point and sort of the wide mid-off that's in play.
I get the impression that Lee's maybe trying to get forward a little bit more. He sometimes gets caught on the crease a bit, but he seems to be trying to get forward. And with these bowlers, neither excessive pace. And bowling very stump to stump. I think it's very much the important thing to be doing. Yeah, again forward.
Yeah, and especially if there's any of that sort of lateral movement being generated from either of these bowlers as well. Taking that 1 or 2 steps forward, try and mitigate that little bit, or at least meet the movement a little bit earlier. Something that a player like Keaton Jennings for Lancashire does very, very well is use his feet, particularly against pace.
Ooh. That seemed to nip back in a little bit. Caught him a little bit unawares, but this goes out on the offside. Yes, and it's a sort of situation where quite a lot of batters would choose to bat slightly outside their crease. I think, stump to stump bowling, a little bit of movement, just negate it by moving forward, keeper standing back. And that's pushed through mid-wicket by Lees. It might get a second. No, this side just 1 run.
Yeah, good sliding stop from the fielder there. Mid-on that was coming a long way around to try and cut that off. So it looked like it just sort of pierced the gap and found the way to at least get the second safely, if not maybe all the way to the boundary rope. McKinney trying to go down the ground. That will end the over. Just the 1 run from it. Durham 8 without loss. Wickets, though, are starting to fall up and down the country as we have a full suite of County Championship Division 1 and Division 2 games going on. Northamptonshire are 19 for 1 after being sent into bat against Gloucestershire on day 1. Middlesex, the other side in Division 2 to lose an early wicket, they're 14 for 1. Who also, funnily enough, were sent into bat by their opposition, Worcestershire. And the other game in Division 2 is delayed. That's Lancashire and Kent and Blackpool. It's delayed by rain. We'll have a pitch inspection in about 8 minutes' time.
Still going to be Mohammed Abbas from the Finkel end.
Going to try something different, though. He's going to come round the wicket.
Yeah, round the wicket.
Lee's just meeting the first ball with a full face to push to Harry Kane. Yeah, round the wicket to start this next over here for Mohammed Abbas. Just try and create that natural angle into the left-handers. Oh, that one crashes into the pads. Slips caught and very interested. Abbas, not so much.
He pushes that out into the offside. Looks for a moment at the thought of a single, but it's definitely not on.
Is there an email we can get in touch? So I believe it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. I'll double check and get confirmation of that, but I believe that is the email address to get in touch with us as well.
Another inside edge for Lees out into the leg side. Gets through for a single. I think Durham dealing entirely in singles so far.
Yeah, they are indeed, but don't mind it through this early portion of the morning. Navigate through this first 15-20 overs. Yeah. Get that new ball a little softer.
And the short leg has disappeared now. There are actually 2 men out deep on the leg side. So,
that's a beautiful piece of timing.
Just as I say, they're dealing only with singles. It's the first boundary of the morning, pushed out beautifully through the covers by Ben McKinney.
Yeah, lovely drive there from Ben McKinney. Piece of timing, like I said, and it was through that gap that I've been mentioning through the early parts this morning between point and the wide mid-off.
But he may not be unhappy with that. 4 slips in place, getting McKinney to drive. Hope that he will drive and catch the edge. So, interesting battle.
And the last ball of the over comes straight back in towards Ben McKinney. But he's wiser and defends away. End of the over. First boundary of the morning. Puts Durham up to 13 without loss.
Aitchison to continue from the Lumley end.
Yeah, just watching back that drive from Ben McKinney. Starts off very, very wide, and then with the movement in, just comes straight onto Ben McKinney's bat really, really nicely. Oh, that one hits the pad as well.
Yeah.
More muted appeal.
Too high, I think.
Had a couple of shouts so far this morning. All three of them have been more hopeful than a real genuine question of LBW so far. But it's asking all the right questions. Another
Quick
drop and
single.
roll.
Yep. Pushed out into the offside. Quick single. It's good to, you know, when the bowling is tight, keep rotating the strike.
It just means that you've not got one batsman at the non-striker's end just not eating up the deliveries, not getting themselves set and in. Used to the conditions, back used to the tempo as well as the 4-day game. So that one is crunched, but it's a good smother from the man at point. It's Nick Potts doing the fielding. That was that sort of almost back foot cut shot that Ben McKinney was shadow batting to himself about 15-20 minutes ago.
They haven't had much opportunity to play shots off the back foot this morning. The length has been good from Derbyshire. Lee's forward there again.
Yeah, they've kept it nice and tidy so far of Abbas and Aitchison, which is what you'd come to expect. Obviously, Abbas with his international form and Ben Aitchison being currently joint 4th in the highest wicket-taking race for the division this season so far. That one hits the pads, and they're really interested in this one. And again, the umpire's unmoved.
I think got a decent stride in there, so we'll see it again in a minute.
Just have a look back at it myself here. Oh, tell you what, it's pretty close.
Outside the line, maybe.
Either that or maybe there was just a hint of bat in there to help Alex Lees out. But it was low, it was straight. Lees trying to rise and drive, but won't get through this time. So the end of another over. Durham just picked the 2 runs from it. And a big LBW appeal that member of the viewing audience as well, thinking that maybe the impact was outside off on that one. Durham 15 without loss.
So still to be Abbas from this end. Worth mentioning that for Derbyshire they have Shoaib Bashir back in the team. He obviously played in the first Test match, didn't bowl, and spent a lot of time, well, fielding, as much time as anybody spent fielding in that match, but released to play. Yeah. All the other players in the squad for the second Test have, I think, been released to play for their counties. Ryan Ahmed, Sonny Baker played for Hampshire in their recent match against Surrey. Jordan Cox playing for Essex. So England management using the Championship to give players some cricket time, which hasn't always been the case in recent years. There's Abbas again.
Does rise up high. This time was McKinney. Elegant flick in towards mid-wicket. We'll just get the single.
The move to Derbyshire seems to have been very good for Shoaib Bashir. Obviously had a difficult winter, but I think it's 15 wickets so far this season for Derbyshire, and at a pretty decent economy rate of under 3 per over. So it's done him good to get regular bowling under his belt.
Bass tries to go round the wicket against Alex Lees. Bowled the first 2 balls of this over to McKinney from over the wicket, so Potentially just a little bit of a different plan here.
There is quite a strong wind here at the Riverside, and you do wonder how much that's affecting the bowlers as well. Sometimes can make it a little bit difficult to get control and move the ball. That's right on the money there.
Yeah, Lee's trying to drive similar to McKinney a couple of overs ago. Yeah, that wind quite handily blowing from our position. It's blowing from sort of left to right. Undoubtedly, we'll get a shot of some of the flags that are up and flying around.
And Abbas moving back to over the wicket. He's tried the round the wicket experiment, but right to over the wicket now. Lee's
Alex Lee's just happy to defend, happy to wait his time. 8 off 29 for him now. McKinney 8 off 24. Thick edge, but to safety for Alex Lees, and that will end the over. It's just the single from it. Durham navigated the first half an hour of play without losing a wicket.
Yeah, and Abbas has bowled 5, so maybe he'll have another 1 or 2, but then we might see a change.
And there you can just see just how strong that wind is this morning. The Banks Homes flag, that's on top of the sight screen.
Aitchison to continue. And McKinney pushes that through mid-wicket. He might go all the way. Yeah, it does. His second boundary of the morning. Found the gap nicely there.
Yeah, McKinney looking in some decent touch so far this morning. A couple of shots there that have found the rope. One really lovely drive. And that one just didn't really do too much with it at all. Just allowed the pace of the ball, just a gentle little flick through mid-wicket. Really lovely shot.
Pushes that one down the ground, but Aitchison fields off his own bowling. Keeps the ball, gives it a polish and heads back to his mark.
Yeah, both bowlers at the moment sharing the scoring equally as well. Both gone for 10 so far. So neither Durham batter getting to one or the other of the opening bowlers too exorbitantly, just happy to share the workload. Derbyshire still wanting to stay aggressive with 4 in the slip cordon.
Pushed out again on the onside this time to Lewis Rees by Ben McKinney. A lot of patience required for a batter like McKinney at this stage. He likes to be aggressive, but he's not getting many opportunities. But good to see him. He is being patient at the moment. If he sticks it out, it's hopefully be runs to be made later in the day.
That one's guided beautifully.
Yeah.
Back behind point, and that'll be the 3rd boundary of the morning.
So 2 balls in the over that have been slightly short. One punched away on the leg side and one guided away on the offside. So a reminder, I think, to the bowlers to keep it pitched up on this wicket.
Especially considering what we were just saying about Ben McKinney even though he is showing some good patience here. It's also displaying the range of shots that he does have in his arsenal. Sweeper goes back on the leg side. Down the leg side, and was there a tickle of bat on that? It's going to go to the boundary rope. There was a little bit of bat on that. Yeah. So it is 3 boundaries off the bat of Ben McKinney in that over. 12 runs from it. So Durham have raced up to 28 for naught.
Oh. So this is an interesting early move. It looks like we're going to have Shoaib Bashir to bowl very early in the day. Maybe Wayne Madsen thinking we've got 2 left-handers.
We've also got Lewis Rees that's there. I think Shoaib Bashir is asking the question of Wayne Madsen. You've also got Lewis Rees that's in conversation with Mohammed Abbas right now. It is Bashir that's given the cap and the jumper.
Yep. So this is very early in the day for the spinner to come on, but we've seen Bashir bowl in Test cricket with quite a new ball, so they're going to try and see what the pitch is doing. So we shall see.
Yeah, we've had the first 40 or so minutes of pace. Now have an early sight about, is there any turn in this wicket? First ball tried to be driven straight back down the ground by Alex Lees, but a good recovery from Bashir. First couple of balls not too bad so far. Short leg back in place now for Bashir as well against Lees. Oh, that one's clipped away into the leg side. Bashir, though, sensing there's a little bit of something there.
Altering the field a little bit. I think just looking at the position of the fine leg fielder. And that's who it goes to. Just pushed out by McKinney as Bashir drifts slightly down the leg side.
Yeah, it's the man at long leg that was just asked to sort of step up about 5 paces or so.
Just quite a long boundary out on that leg side.
Mm-hmm. Little fuller there from Bashir, and a misfield by Lewis Rees. He's going to allow Alex Lees to scamper through for a run. Last ball of this first over for Shoaib Bashir then. And it's just going to be a step forward and a defensive from Ben McKinney. But Durham are starting to tick the run rate up a little bit. It's just a tick under 3 as we end the 11th over. Durham 31 for none. Let's take a look quickly to see what's going on up in Division 1 of the County Championship. There is one game that's not going to have any play before lunch due to rain, and that's down in Leicester. Leicestershire versus Essex. Yorkshire in Scarborough 32 without loss. Warwickshire winning the toss and sending the White Rose in to bat. Glamorgan are already 2 wickets down at Hove. They were sent into bat by Sussex on day 1 this morning. And Somerset are 16 for 1 against Notts, who also sent Somerset into bat after winning the toss. So a lot of sides winning the toss and electing this to be a bowling morning.
Yeah. And here we've got a bowling change. Nick Potts coming into the attack to replace Ben Aitchison. His second match of the season. Just 3 slips for Potts. 2 men out deep on the leg side and 3 men on the offside.
Yes, you've got 3 slips. Still that wideish mid-off, mid-on. Deep square leg. Sort of long leg. Point cover.
That's pushed out to Bashir. Out on the boundary. He fumbles it a little bit, but they still just get 1 run.
Yeah, jumped off the bat there with some pace into that deep square leg.
Looks as though he may be a little bit quicker than Aitchison.
Yeah, definitely hit the pitch hard. First couple of deliveries up.
Aitchison has gone into second slip now. He's not bowling in this end.
Yeah, he'll join Wayne Madsen, who's at first slip, and Caleb Jewell, who is originally at third slip, but now going to take a bit of a wider position, more into sort of the gully.
Well left by McKinney. Isn't quite a tempting ball to have a go at, but a little bit too wide, and sensibly lets it go. Just gets the feel for the new bowler.
I think especially with Gully being put in now, 2 fielders between Gully and was now going to take up backward point is Jewell swapping around, just sort of encouraging Ben McKinney to play away from his body. We've already seen 1 cut shot today. Oh, there's a drive. Gets the bottom edge, and it gets through the swapped gully of Martin Anderson. It's going to go for 4.
So is that his 5th 4? I think 5th 4 for Ben McKinney this morning.
Yeah, that one may be a little bit more fortuitous than some of his others. Just trying to back foot and punch that maybe through the covers. Gets the bottom edge, gets that gully into play, which is undoubtedly what Potts would have wanted.
But lets that one go. Wide of off stump.
That's going to be the end of the first Nick Potts over. So 5 runs from it. But some good early signs from the new pace bowler. Durham 36 for none in the first 45 minutes of play this morning.
Bashir's going to continue.
Yeah, saw a little bit from Shah Bashir in that first over. Particularly, I think that second ball that himself and wicketkeeper Brooke Guest were particularly animated around. Going to be just the 1 slip for Bashir. That short leg back in play, though, against Lees. Just backs away.
Right on the money from Bashir.
Yeah. Hard to see whether Bashir's getting too much turn out of the surface so far. That one on the up, and it's a good diving stop there from the man at cover. Not sure whether it quite raced away for 4 if it did get through. Just play with softer hands from Alex Lees. Guided to mid-wicket. Nice bit of sharp movement there for Bashir. First opportunity, dare I say, for the first potential of a maiden over this morning as well. Oh, outside edge. Half a cry of catch it, but just far enough away from short leg. And it won't end up being the first maiden over of the day. It'll in fact be Alex Lees and Ben McKinney coming back for 2.
So 38 for no wicket after 13 overs. It is perhaps surprising there hasn't been a maiden over, but we did have 12 runs off 1 over. So most of them have been fairly tight.
Yeah, and it's predominantly just been Alex Lees and Ben McKinney just taking the ones where they can. A couple of good drop and runs, particularly off the bat of Lees this morning. He's been patient, 31 off 42. He is now Ben McKinney. After that, like you say, 12 run over back in the 10th.
So Potts continuing.
Oh, big appeal, and that's going to be given.
Yeah.
First wicket of the day is going to fall. Ben McKinney takes a little back look at the umpire. And after a really strong start this morning, we were just praising that 12 run over. He's caught with a leg before wicket. Has to go for 25. Potts gets the breakthrough, 38 for 1.
Yeah, it looked pretty straight from here. Bit of a misjudgment from McKinney. So he has to go. Be disappointed. Played some good shots and got a start. Done some of the hard work, but can't go on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird delivery in all honesty as well in terms of McKinney's reaction to it. I was half expecting it to just sort of crash into the off stump, but yeah, that is absolutely plumb.
Yeah.
From Ben McKinney, which certainly looks like it at first watch.
Yeah. So Will Rhodes coming in at number 3. Higher than he has tended to bat for Durham, but position he has filled on numerous occasions over the years. So he finished last season strongly after a disappointing start to his time with Durham, and then unfortunately was ill at the start of this summer. So looking to make an impact in the county championship.
Yeah, big moment this for Will Rhodes. From Derbyshire's point of view, they've gotten the first wicket within the first hour of play, especially considering Durham have been able to continue on that scoreboard pressure little and often. As we mentioned, there's not been a maiden over so far this morning.
Rhodes joins his fellow Yorkshireman, Alex Lees.
There'll be another left-hander as well for the Derbyshire bowling attack to face up against.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if they continue with Derbyshire with the new batter in, or Abbas, I think, just bowled 5 overs, so he could come back, or one of the other seamers.
That one pops up early onto Will Rhodes, but he rises up high. That one wide and well left by Will Rhodes. Not going to fall into that early trap of trying to play into the possibility of the man at gully. It's been a good opening spell this from Nick Potts as well. One blemish being the boundary, but even that was off the bottom edge. It was really, really nice from Nick Potts there. Little early observation of the footmarks from the umpire. I suppose with how hard that Potts is running into and landing on the pitch, it's coming down with some serious force on that front foot. Again, getting some nice little bit of shape. Going into the left-hander. But then he's got that one that either stays true or just sort of moves away a little bit more. Encourages the left-handers to either drive or get on that back foot and cut through point. Last ball of the over. It goes down the leg side, asking for an appeal. If there's anything bat on that, umpire says no.
So we have a maiden, a wicket maiden for Nick Potts.
Yeah, we do
He's
indeed.
got 2 overs, 1 for 5, and a good start for the young man.
Yeah, asking some very, very good questions in that over. And now here is going to be that question of, do we continue with Shah Bashir? Or do we go to somebody else? We haven't seen Lewis Reese bowl yet. Does look like that it is going to be Bashir. That will have a 3rd over. Just having a little bit of instruction from the skipper, Wayne Madsen. Will undoubtedly have a very vital part to play with the bat whenever that time comes around. Will want to follow on from his century in Derbyshire's last county game against Middlesex. They're going to have a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg in against Alex Lees for Shah Bashir. That one does drift down the leg side a little bit first off for Bashir. Steps away, cuts, and cuts well.
Too short there from Bashir. A bit short and wide, and Lee's quick to take advantage. That's his first boundary of the morning.
Yeah, that'll be needed for Alex Lees there. Not only nursing the ones and the 1-2 that he has picked up as well, but first boundary of the day. Straight back into defensive. Not wanting to get too carried away. Again, trying to find that leg side and bring those short fielders into play. Alex Lees gets a healthy piece of bat on that though, and he's going to come back for 2.
A little bit of overcorrection in his line there from Bashir.
Again, just happy to take a little stride forward, not try and overhit the ball. Jams his bat down to end the over. 6 runs from it. Durham 44 for 1. A lot of eyes will be, of course, on that second test with Shah Bashir bowling here. Just seen the announcement of Kane Williamson, who has announced his retirement from international cricket.
At the end of the series, is that?
Effective immediately.
So he's not going to play in the next match?
Effective immediately is what this social media post says. Rhodes against Potts continues.
It's an interesting decision, an interesting timing. He's been one of the great batters of the last decade or so, but perhaps has never quite performed to his best in England.
He finishes as New Zealand's all-time leading international run scorer, 19,346 runs, including 4 centuries and 6 double centuries.
And Will Rhodes gets off the mark there, plays it down to fine leg as Emilio Gay returns to the pavilion, having had a bit of a practice, I think, this morning. Interestingly, he's got his England bag.
I think that's just an excuse to show off the England kit.
I would think so, yeah. Well, why not? He's worked very hard for the opportunity and did well on a difficult pitch last week.
Yeah, lots obviously been said about that Lord's pitch. As that one gets high, a little bit of body line against Alex Lees. Yeah, I think it was awarded a demerit by the ICC.
It was indeed. It was indeed one demerit point.
Saw a little bit of conversation online about this place being put back into the question about holding some test matches as well.
I haven't heard that.
Shape away, well left from Lees. Yeah, I think it was more just a case of people online just suggesting the idea of, well, why doesn't Durham and why doesn't Chester Street have the opportunity to hold some test matches?
Well, it's been quite some time now, but there are regular women's matches, women's internationals and men's ODI and T20 games. So we're getting international cricket at this ground, which is good and enjoyed.
Ooh, that's exactly the sort of situation that Potts would have wanted to conjure up there. Lee's just offering and feathering the bat out, but picks the gap between the slip and gully, and it races away for 4.
Slightly fortunate there. That looked more tentative than a deliberate late cut through that region.
Yeah, spot on. Either way, Alex Lees will be grateful for the runs.
Just a dot ball there to end the over. So an hour of play, 16 overs, decent over rate, helped of course by having Shah Bashir bowl 3 of them, but Durham 49 for 1, and probably honours even in the first hour.
Yeah, I think that obviously Derbyshire will be content and be very happy to have struck within the first hour. If you're just joining us, Ben McKinney dismissed leg before wicket by Nick Potts for 25. But Alex Lee's starting to get in some good stride, and Will Rhodes just feeling things out at the moment. As it looks like Derbyshire is going to be taking out the attack.
Replaced by Martin Anderson. Bowler, all-rounder, who's had a new lease of life since his move to Derbyshire from Middlesex. Very valuable member of the side. Both with bat and ball.
And Anderson had a bit of a rough outing in the last championship game. Was bowled for naught by Ryan Higgins in the first innings, and then wasn't required to bat in the second. Chipped in with the ball though, picked up a wicket in the Middlesex second innings as well as the first. That one a bit of width on offer for Will Rhodes. A spillage in the outfield. And that's the 50 up for Durham as well. Just over an hour to do it.
But he's taken 12 first-class wickets this season and scored two centuries to go with 3 he scored last year. So, as I say, a valuable cog in the Derbyshire side. Lee's reaches for that one rather, but it just goes out into the covers.
Yeah, again, trying to capitalise on a little bit of width, maybe a little bit of loosening from Martin Anderson in his first couple of deliveries.
So I think an interesting experiment by Wayne Madsen to give Bashir a few overs, particularly with the left-handers at the crease, but didn't threaten a great deal. So he's gone back to his seamers. And this time Lees gets it out on the offside. He should get 2 runs. It's fielded on the boundary by Bashir and pushed out for 2.
Yeah, I think it was predominantly from Madsen just to see how much turn there was in the surface early on. Maybe give him a little bit of indication about when and how to use Shahab Bashir in the later stages of the day today as well.
But also, I guess, with the wind, seeing how much drift he can get. But, yeah, often drifted down the leg side to the left-handers.
Movement in there.
Yeah, Lee's got rather cramped up there, didn't he?
Yeah. I suppose you've seen the first 4 deliveries go a little wider, aiming on sort of 5th and 6th stump.
Lost his balance slightly. Which he sometimes does, doesn't he? It can get caught on the crease, LBW, like that.
That was good there. Last ball of the over from Martin Anderson. A little fuller, a little straighter, but kept out by Alex Lees. Just 3 runs from it, 52 for 1.
Looks like it's still going to be Potts from the Lumley end.
Yeah, well, we've been making quite a bit of noise around those that are amongst the England senior side. There are also the young Lions that are going to be in action later this month against South Africa in a youth ODI series. James Minto, Charlie Hammerson in the under-19 squad. Jake Green also for Derbyshire, getting an invitation for the young Lions. So big congratulations to all of them.
So still 3 slips and a gully, 4 pots, seeking the outside edge.
Yeah, and I like it from Derbyshire, from Wayne Madsen. Keep up with that aggressive slips cordon, particularly considering in Potts' last over, that shot from Alex Lees, which looked like it was almost destined to go into third slip or Gully's hands.
Good leave by Rhodes.
Just trusting in this premium pace bowler with about, what, 50 plus minutes to go until lunch.
Potts the only wicket taker this morning for anybody just joining us. He took the wicket of Ben McKinney. Trapped LBW, not playing a shot. That's a similar sort of ball that took the wicket, really, but Rhodes gets back to that safely.
Yeah, almost played it maybe a fraction later as well, just guiding it down to safety with the toe of the bat. Width on offer there for Will Rhodes. Tries to crunch that through mid-off.
Slightly awkward bounce of the old wickets for the fielder there.
Yeah, it's Harry Kane that's trolling at mid-off. More of a regulation mid-off as opposed to the wider position that we've been taking up early this morning.
Another good leave by Rhodes. Happy to see it go through.
In fact, actually, just want to go back to Harry Kane and his positioning. Because as that ball was being delivered, he really crept up in close to the wicket there. Coming up to almost sort of short mid-off as opposed to where he started as the ball was starting to run in.
Oh, that's a good spot, Ben. I'll keep an eye on that. I was watching the bowler.
Just take a look at his position now. That one's defended. And that will be another maiden over for Nick Potts. Not a wicket-taking one, but scoreboard pressure back on Durham nonetheless. It remains 52 for 1.
Yeah, 4 overs, 1 for 10 for Potts. Been impressive.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't have the old teleprompter, the old little drawing devices to be able to show you the position that he's been taking up. But at the middle of your picture, where the sort of most prominent practice wicket is, on the sort of the middle left-hand side of your screen, he's just taking up his position right at that far side. So it'll be one to keep an eye out for as Anderson is pushed out for a single by Lees. $50 minutes to go until lunch. Anderson bowling to 2 slips and a gully. Lees will just, Rhodes, sorry, will just drop and run. Take the quick single. It's been good running between the wickets so far from the first 3 batsmen.
Yeah, they've been keen to rotate the strike and
obviously that aggressive scoring was such a hallmark of Durham's Division 2 winning season a couple of years ago. That one shorter. Attempt at the pull from Lees, but it's right at mid-wicket. Possible slight mistake being missed out on there by Alex Lees. Could just chip it over the head of mid-wicket. Would have been quite some chase for the long leg. Oh, that one wide and full. And Lee's almost obliging as that carries through. Wayne Madsen, I think it was, that was the most animated at first slip, leaping around with a yell. Floated a couple of times, Alex Lees, outside of his outside of his line, outside of his shape. Oh, and again, real extravagant drive attempt from Alex Lees. And this is good work from Matt and Anderson from the Finkel end. Alex Lees just needs to take a moment for himself here. See through this last ball and then regroup. It's going to be a dead ball. A little bit of movement down below us. So maybe that is just the moment that Alex Lees was looking for. We'll try it again. Last ball of the over. And it is defended. Little squared up maybe, Alex Lees. But he survives nonetheless. End of the over. Just the 2 runs from it. Durham 54 for 1.
Just looking at the scores in the other matches around the country. No play before lunch, by the look of it, at Leicester, Leicestershire Essex. Somerset 45 for 2 against Nottinghamshire. James Rue at the crease. May, of course, make his Test debut next week. Glamorgan struggling against Sussex, 46 for 4. And Yorkshire going well against Warwickshire, 65 for no wicket. And in this division, no play at Blackpool. Northants 3 down for 72 against Gloucestershire. And Middlesex 27 for 1. Going very slowly against Worcestershire. So we've got Potts to continue. Rhodes on strike.
Oh, lovely shot. Really exquisite bit of timing there from Will Rhodes. Tried that once or twice early in the innings, but this one gets through. Driven straight back down the ground for 4. Got a question that looks like might have come through the emails from George Edmondson. We'll read out after this next ball from Potts. Definitely an intriguing one. Bit of width, trying for the quick run out there at mid-off, and they're going to get some overthrows here as well. Won't get 4.
Yeah. I think it's Harry Kame, seeing that Lees was backing up, went for the run out, but missed the stumps, and it goes through, so they get two runs.
Yeah, don't mind the idea from Kane, but a little bit too forceful. A little bit too excited maybe to see Alex Lees a couple of steps out of his non-striker's crease.
No doubt relieved that it didn't go all the way to the boundary.
Yeah. Yeah, credit to Shah Bashir for some good chase down from where he was at square leg. Now he's going to be sent back to deep square against Rhodes. George, I promise we are coming to your question. It's just been all action these last 2 deliveries. Shape in there against Rhodes, and he'll take the quick single.
More good running from the Durham batters.
So, George Edmondson writes in then, says, "Hi, loving the coverage through the live stream this season. As a Lancastrian, now living in Yorkshire, but following Durham from a cricket perspective, especially given the state that Lancs are currently in, hopefully both sides can get back into Division 1. If the county championship was to be slimmed down to a total of 6 teams, with teams split geographically, somewhat similar to how the T20 Blast has been split this season," as Lees defends for no run. "So the North will become a massive county, including Durham, Lancashire and begrudgingly Yorkshire, and the other counties would combine too," and he split them as so. So North of the Midlands, Leicestershire, Derby, Notts. South West, Somerset, Gloucestershire, Glamorgan. Midlands, Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Northants. South East, Kent, Hampshire, Sussex, and then London, Surrey, Middlesex and Essex. Who do you think would win the championship?
Well, I certainly hope this isn't going to happen.
And also, who would make your North team? Probably the only rule would be max 4 players from one county in the squad. I would suggest that the North have a strong chance, which makes you think, why are they struggling a little individually in the county championship? Thank you, and keep up the good work. Very thank you for your kind words there, George.
Well, that's quite a complicated question.
It's quite thought-provoking.
I think we'll have to give that some thought.
Last ball of this over from Potts.
It feels like the sort of question that could form an interesting discussion drawing a rain delay. But hopefully we're not going to have one of those. We'll give it some thought, George.
Well, I think for the North, some of the names that I'd throw out there, the thing is that you could make a real super team with some of the England Test international players and things like that. I mean, obviously, if you're throwing Yorkshire into the North lineup, that brings Joe Root and Bairstow
absolutely
into the mix.
But if you look at Yorkshire, they have Adam Lythe, who's so consistent in his run scoring at the top of the order. And I think an underrated player for Yorkshire is George Hill. He always impresses me as a bowler who takes wickets and gets useful runs, but doesn't seem to get quite the attention he might.
And from Lancashire, obviously in his twilight now, but James Anderson still catching headlines and taking wickets. Keaton Jennings would be one for me that I'd throw in at the top of the order.
And David Beddingham.
Yeah, of course.
David Beddingham would have to be in, and both Matthew Potts and Ben Rain would be in with a good shout as well.
Where does your spinner option come from then? Callum Parkinson?
Possibly. Don Bess. Don Bess offers a bit more with the bat, perhaps, though Parky would no doubt disagree.
Well, his recent form.
Anyway, here we are. Anderson in to Rowe.
Ooh. Careful that you've there from Will Rhodes. They often say that there are 2 types. But yeah, definitely a very intriguing way to potentially make up the county championship if it was to go to that more regionalised manner as opposed to the actual sort of counties individually themselves.
Who was he suggesting were with Somerset and Glamorgan? Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire as part of the Southwest.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire are struggling, but both Somerset and Glamorgan are having good seasons. So they might, on current form, they might be quite threatening. Wide there from Anderson, and Rhodes isn't tempted. It was a little bit too wide.
Yeah, it's just one of those ones as a batsman that you're quite happy to just drop the hands and watch sail by. As I think Parky actually just passing below us.
He's been practicing his batting.
He's heard what we've been saying.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, and it's just going to be defended. Maybe a little bit of pace off there from Anderson. But a maiden over for Derbyshire. The first one to go to a bowler that isn't named Nick Potts. So end of the over. And Durham remain 61 for 1.
I think we're having a change at the Lumley end. I think this is Aitchison coming back. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, Nick Potts has put in some good effort. 1 for 17 in his first spell. Of course, that one wicket, the only wicket to fall in this morning's session so far. So Wayne Madsen wants to bring one of his opening bowlers back into the attack with 38 minutes till lunch. And see if they can maybe prize another before the first break.
Yeah, bowled 5 pretty tight overs for 18 runs in his first spell.
Oh, that's up in the air, and this should be taken. It will be. Alex Lees, immediately as he played the shot, turned his head and walked up to the pavilion. He's filthy with himself.
Yeah.
But the aggressive change in the bowling attack has paid off for Derbyshire. They do get the second. And that's Alex Lees going for 26. Caught by Harry Kame. Durham 61 for 2.
Yeah, complete mistiming from Lees. He's very cross. Again, making a bit of a start, batted through for an hour, more than an hour, and then falling for 26. So disappointing. And now the leading run scorer in the division, David Bedingham, is the new batter for Durham. Had a fantastic start to the season, 3 centuries, averaging over 80. So hoping that to maintain his form, I'm sure.
Yeah, David Bedingham, average of 89.71, high score of 147 so far in this competition. And this will be a big moment in the game now. All of a sudden, this has turned into a really, really massive half an hour for both sides. David Bedingham can get himself set in this last 36 minutes. Get himself up to about 10 or 15 maybe before lunch. Then Durham will have gotten through the early session, gotten through the morning session, maybe a little bit happier. But if Derbyshire can pick up Bedingham here, then all of a sudden the complexity of this game could really, really shift.
Absolutely. And straight away, Aitchison's got 4 slips for Bedingham, recognising the importance of his wicket, keen to get him if they can before he gets settled.
Oh, big bottom edge to start off with David Bedingham trying to drive that straight through the covers. A little bit of shadow drifting across the Banks Homes Riverside. What has been a pretty pleasant morning session so far. There are a couple of...
Ooh, lovely bit of shape there away from Aitchison. That's not the sort of ball you want to get in your first couple of balls at the crease. It would be so easy to follow that.
Yeah, that's an absolute gem there from Ben Aitchison. Derbyshire really with their tails up at the moment. They themselves will know how big this next half hour could be.
But over pitches there, and Bedingham drives out through mid-off. I'm not sure he's quite timed it well enough for a boundary. No, it's just 2 runs for him there.
Still, it's Bedingham driving. It's Bedingham driving through mid-off. Lovely shape to the shot. Like you say, he hasn't quite caught all of it. Maybe a little bit mistimed. Helped by Ben Aitchison, like you say, Steve, just over pitching slightly there, trying to force something happening.
Bedingham safely in behind that one. Getting sense of the pace of the pitch early in his innings.
Yeah, especially as conditions start to evolve as well. It's quite a hefty bit of cloud cover that's off to our left-hand side, just over the Paul Collingwood stand. Width there from Bedingham doesn't get the purchase to be able to punish that one.
So a good return to action for Ben Aitchison. Takes his first wicket. 6 overs, now 1 for 20. Durham 63 for 2 after 22 overs.
Yeah, still hovering roughly around about 3 runs and over as well with the run rate. Really picked it up from where it started in the first half an hour of this morning's play. It's hovering around about 1 to 1.5. And that's mainly thanks to the smart drop and runs, as well as a couple of boundaries here and there.
That's quite wide from Anderson. And Rhodes just watches it go through to Brooke Guest, the keeper.
Yeah, there's a couple that have been a little wider there from Anderson. Maybe a small passing comment from the umpire and saying, look, we're giving you a little bit of leeway, but 1 or 2 more, we might have to start penalising. Movement in there late from Rhodes, but he does well to just defend that to safety. Bit of encouragement being offered around. I think it's Harry Kane that's the loudest in at cover with the applause. Ooh, another leave from Rhodes.
I think Harry Kane deputised for Wayne Madsen as skipper at the start of the summer. Madsen recovering from his shoulder injury, suffered playing for Italy in the T20 World Cup.
Yeah, and I think as well for Derbyshire fans, a little bit of disappointment, but encouraging signs as well to see Anuj Dal back in the squad.
Newcastle-born Anuj Dal.
Was named in the 14, but hasn't made the playing 11. Still first time named in the squad since April. He was stretchered off with an ankle injury against Gloucestershire.
A good leave by Rhodes, bit of shape away from Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson generating the best of both worlds here. Getting a couple that are staying true or moving away from Rhodes, but also has had 1 or 2 that have tailed back in. That one does get a little shape back in late. And it's another good drop and run. Direct impact from Mohammed Abbas, but Rhodes well in his ground.
So just 1 run off the over. Rhodes will keep the strike.
Yeah, 64 for 2 at the moment are Durham. Rhodes and Bedingham will meet in the middle. Did see during that over as well that Mohammed Abbas was loosening up a little bit and is also now just taking a few extra leaps as he takes up his position at third for David Bedingham. So I wonder if we'll see a little bit of a a spell for him before lunch.
Bit of movement back in there from Aitchison. Rhodes just plays it out into the covers. Yeah, well, he only bowled 5 overs, Mohammed Abbas, so you wouldn't be surprised. He's tightening his boots now. It's another sign of preparations.
Yeah, still got 28 minutes until lunch. Aitchison in the second over of this second spell. Anderson's bowled 4 on the bounce.
And that's pushed into the leg side by Rhodes. So Beddingham comes into strike.
The field will undoubtedly converge for the right-hander. Rhodes having just 2 slips in the cordon. That number is going to double for the right-hander. Be Madsen at first, Jewell at second, Montgomery at third.
Martin Anderson at fourth.
Yeah, they know just how much of a prized wicket that David Beddingham will be.
Ooh. That looked to keep quite low.
That really kept low.
Yeah, that surprised everybody.
Well taken by Brooke Guest as well.
And Beddingham very relieved that that wasn't a few inches closer to his stumps, or he might have been struggling, I think. Yeah.
Beddingham survives a little bit of a scare there. 2 balls left in the over. That one doesn't keep as low. Guided to Shah Bashir. Just the 1 run off this over so far, off the bat of Will Rhodes. David Beddingham will be keen to get going. Picked up 74 in that draw against Kent back in last month. A little squared up there as it's pushed to mid-off for no runs. So again, just the 1 run from that over. Derbyshire applying some really strong scoreboard pressure over these last 4 overs since that Alex Lee's wicket. Durham 65 for 2.
Well, we are having Mohammed Abbas returning to action. So the shoe tightening was part of his preparations.
Yeah, we did muse an over or 2 ago about whether Derbyshire would really try and get aggressive with these last 25 minutes before lunch. Try and get Durham 3 down. It's generally the sort of rule of thumb as the team that bowls first, especially winning the toss and electing to bowl. You can get your opposition 3 down in that first session. So it'll be down to Abbas. Rhodes gets through the first ball safely. Bowled very well in his first spell, as has kind of been the underlying theme for all of the Derbyshire bowlers so far. There's not really been one bowler that you could point to and say has been supremely expensive.
There was that 1 over that went for 12 runs, but other than that, it's been very tight, and the overall run rate well below 3. Bit of shape away there.
Yeah, and even one off those 4s in that over wasn't necessarily sort of in control or a purposeful 4, shall we say, from Ben McKinney.
Rhodes in behind it, pushes it out onto the onside.
Yeah, getting through these opening 3 balls of Mohammed Abbas well so far, who's the subject of discussion in our next message via the emails. Reminder of the email address, streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk if you want to get in touch with us, or in the YouTube live stream chat as well. But the email coming through from Gary Jones, which we'll read out after this next Mohammed Abbas delivery. It's just going to be left.
Bit of extra bounce there from Abbas.
So from Gary, just joined in from a sunny Seaham Harbour. Put YouTube on for the rest of the day. We'll watch all day before going to watch Rye v Washington tonight in the League Cup. Thanks for the commentary. Nice to hear. Well, appreciate you for tuning in, Gary. Pitch looks quite green today. Any idea the reason behind this with Mo Abbas in the team, who tore through Durham a few years ago? What are your thoughts on the pitch so far, gents?
I wasn't going to mention that Durham Leicestershire match. So for those who don't know, one of the worst county championship days in Durham's history was in 2018 when they were playing against Leicestershire at Grace Road, and Mohammed Abbas, with a wind at his back, took 10 wickets in the match. And Durham were, I think, bowled out for a total of 127 in 2 innings. Their 2 lowest scores in first-class cricket. So I was trying to not mention that until somebody else did. I think only Alex Lees and Graham Clark were in the Durham side that day to have memories of that. Well, I think there is a bit of grass on the pitch, but at the end of the day, I think the groundsmen have to produce a pitch that has bounce and life in it, and that meets the criteria that are set by the ECB, and have to be very careful not to have excessive movement and so on. And this certainly hasn't had excessive movement this morning. It's had movement, but are not what you'd call excessive. And at the end of the day, you have to have confidence that your bowlers are better than the other team's bowlers. And we have a very fine bowling attack. So at Durham. So I think you have to have the confidence that whatever the pitch, you can outbowl the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's trying to, like you say, find that balance, something that Victor Main, head groundsman at Durham, has mentioned multiple times, is trying to find that balance of something in it for the bowlers to go after, and something in it for the batsmen as well to be able to score and let the runs flow, which we have seen a little bit of scoring so far. We've had, what, about eight balls hit the boundary rope so far, I think, from my quick count. So that one crashes into the pads, but Aitchison not interested in following his cordon to appeal.
Yeah, I think the pitches here that haven't had much grass on have sometimes been a bit too flat and dead. And that doesn't make for good cricket.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays out through the remainder of the game, and if we're going to have a chat to Vic as well at some point through the match to get his expert insight and reasoning for the selection of the pitch, of the amount of mills of grass that's been left on as well.
Some signalling going on. Maybe Shoaib Bashir's going to have another bowl and they want the helmet back. At the moment, it's still Aitchison. Oh no! I think it's that a fielder's going to have a break.
Well, speaking into existence, and it appears, hoping to get Vic on this afternoon.
Okay.
To have a bit of a further chat on the surface. So by all means, keep your questions coming for Vic later on. Bedingham tries to rise and punch. to play patiently so far, similar to both Durham openers. 3 off 11 for him, and Rhodes even more watchful, 13 off 42. Again, trying to drive down the ground, follow suit to Will Rhodes a few overs ago, but can only find the bowler. That is the end of the 26th over. Just the 2 singles from it. Durham 67 for 2.
And Mohammed Abbas going to continue. Just refreshed himself with a drink on the boundary.
And it seems like to me that Durham are taking a little look at the clock and seeing 18 minutes left till lunch and thinking, well, let's just survive these last 18 minutes with this 3rd wicket partnership intact, especially with both of the opening bowlers back into the attack.
Abbas round the wickets still to Rhodes.
Yes, bit of a wider takeoff point there from Mohammed Abbas. Obviously bowling in towards the left hand around the wicket, so trying to get that natural angle. Oh, edged and doesn't quite carry to gully. Is defended and taken though into hands, so doesn't run away for what would have been a definite boundary if gully wasn't in play.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of runs down through the 3rd man area this morning. As is typical nowadays, we haven't got a third man or in place, but it hasn't cost Derbyshire too many runs. Rhodes happy to leave that one.
Yeah, you've had, if you're going sort of with the lefties, you've had 12 back behind, sort of fine leg for the left-handers, which we've obviously had the majority of. David Bedingham, the first right-hander to come to the crease. And then 11 going down through 3rd. As through cover and mid-wicket, you've got 12 and 13 respectively, so... Ooh, trying to rise up.
Yeah, a little false shot there from Rhodes. A bit too wide from Abbas.
And especially considering that gap that we've been mentioning a few times in the early stages of this morning between point and mid-off has been plugged up by Caleb Jewell, who's in the covers. So trying to find those drives. Going to take a little bit extra timing from Rhodes. Ooh. Drops the bottom hand. In the defence there. It's been a really strong half an hour or so from Derbyshire here. They've been well on top. Picking up that 2nd wicket of Alex Lees. And since have really been backing it up with the scoreboard pressure. That once again is guided to gully. It'll be back-to-back maiden overs for Mohammed Abbas. Had to wait until the 14th over till our first maiden. And all of a sudden they're starting to pile on a little bit. 67 for 2.
No wickets yet for Abbas, but he's been very accurate and difficult to score off.
Yeah, he's been enterprising, exactly as you'd come to expect of a bowler of his calibre. None for 10 off 7 overs with 2 maidens. Going just under 1.5 and over. Aitchison to Bedingham as a misfield, as it's going to run just to about mid-off. Beddingham will scamper through for a single.
And Montgomery moves out of the slip cordon for Rhodes. There's still... He's a sort of short mid-wicket now. So still quite an attacking position, maybe hoping for one to stick in the pitch. Oh no, he's dropping back a bit now, in fact.
Yeah, now moving to more traditional mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Rhodes tries to go to mid-off. Good diving stop there from Kame at mid-off. He's been involved in the field in this morning's session. Took the catch off of the bowling of this man, Ben Aitchison. After Alex Lee's skied a top edge up into Kame's hands. Ooh.
That's a good leave.
And very nice leave there from Will Rhodes. Aiming in on sort of fourth and fifth stump. Very easy one to just offer the outside edge of your bat out to. Even though there's only 2 slips in a gully, any of those 3 men would be very, very grateful. Again, that same spot, but that's really nicely guided from Will Rhodes. Won't go all the way to the boundary rope. Easy chase on there from Nick Potts.
Yeah, got up on his toes and played it backward, the square on the offside for 2 runs. Just use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, it's all you need to do more often than not.
And Aitchison going round the wicket now.
A little jog in there. Sees something in the takeoff that he doesn't like. Two balls left to go in this over. Got 11 minutes left till lunch, so probably 2 more overs to go.
Where's that in? Rhodes in behind it.
So we'll have at least 1 more over from Mohammed Abbas. If Derbyshire really want to try and squeak another over out of him, then maybe give Shahab Bashir 1 look from the Lumley end just to try and get through that over a little quicker than Aitchison potentially could. That's another good leave from Will Rhodes to end that over. So 3 runs from it. Durham 70 for 2. And 10 minutes left till lunch.
Still going to be Mohammed Abbas. 2 maidens since he's come back on. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 maidens.
2 overs, 2 maidens, 12 dot balls in a row. It's been very, very strong pressure that the Pakistan international has been able to generate for his side. And this will be the big battle. Abbas versus Beddingham.
Beddingham happy to just get safely behind it, watchfully over it, plays it back to Abbas.
I'll have to try and see and find out during the lunch break about whether these 2 have done battle at the test level before.
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Of course, Abbas hasn't played quite so much Test cricket recently, has he?
Mm.
He's been in the recent Bangladesh series. Oh,
Oh,
what
shot.
a nice shot.
Bit of
width. Yeah, width. A chorus of width. And yes. And yeah, Beddingham very quickly onto it. Yeah.
Yeah, so nice we'll say it to you twice. How about
Yeah.
that? David Bedingham, and that is his quality. And that's exactly what you can't afford, a player like David Bedingham. Just to be able to get his hands free and start to get himself settled as well. He moves on to 8 off 15. Ooh, big appeal there from Wayne Madsen in particular.
Rather tentative prod, wasn't it, outside his off stump? A complete contrast to the authority of the previous shot. It shows that for all the batters, however good they are, that you still got to play each ball as it comes. And
yeah, that's the beauty of the battle, isn't it? Between batsman and bowler.
Can't relax. Bellingham in behind that one.
Yeah, it looks a lot more definitive there with that defensive. Two balls left in the over. Still keep a close eye on the clock. It's 12:53 at the moment, so potentially get up to 12:55 by the end of the over. Rising up high, trying to drive down the ground. Good work from Abbas to take out the sting out of the shot. Last ball to go. Bass bowling to 3 slips. Point cover. Mid off, mid on. Square leg. Long leg. And it'll be mid off that does the fielding from just a eased defensive shot. So end of the over. An authoritative cut shot. The only scoring shot of it. Durham 74 for 2.
And it looks like Bashir's going to have a bowl at the other end now. Going to come on at the Lumley end. So that means we will almost certainly get another Mohammed Abbas over for lunch. So they've rattled through their overs pretty well, the Derbyshire, this morning. We're going to, looks like we'll have 31 overs in the morning session, which is more than is normal, I would say. But
yeah, and I had a funny feeling that Derbyshire were going to try this to close out the lunch session, the morning session. Get Shah Bashir another look for 1 over. Eat up this over quite quickly. And like you say, try and get the ball into Mohammed Abbas's hand once more to close things out.
So Bashir with a slip and a short leg to Rhodes. Rhodes happy to push that one out onto the onside.
Little fuller there from Bashir, but Will Rhodes will be taking very few risks, I'd hasten to wager. Yeah, just happy to take the early long stride forwards. Especially considering that himself and Bedingham will know that there will be 1 over left to navigate safely.
Pushes forward, another dot ball. Yeah, Rhodes doesn't appear interested in doing anything but getting in for his lunch.
And I certainly don't blame him, especially considering what has been a A pretty even morning session, it has to be said. Both openers for Durham have gone in Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, but they've left with a handy amount of runs to both of their names.
And a maiden over for Bashir. And Durham 74 for 2 after 30 overs.
Yeah, just Will Rhodes using a little bit of experience, bit of gamesmanship there. Just happy to take the long stride, offer the forward defensive, not play any extravagant shots, not take any risks. I imagine that will be the conversation between him and David Bedingham as well, as they're going to have one more over of Mohammed Abbas to face before lunch. There's some grey skies are starting to creep in overhead.
Yeah, there was the possibility of the odd shower around the middle of the day, but hopefully nothing will come of it. Bedingham in behind, pushes it out to mid-off. I'm sure the batters will make absolutely certain this is the last over.
Yeah, and even Mohammed Abbas not taking really too much time to stride back to his mark or retrieve the ball from Harry Kame, who's at mid-off. There is an attempt at a drive, doesn't get through cover.
But he didn't really go for it, did he? He didn't give everything for it.
Yeah, again, just
mindful of the time of the session and the match situation. It's been a very tense, tight morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, really evenly contested so far. Rises up high. Doesn't quite get that to where he was hoping, David Bedingham. Again, trying to rise up and crunch through the covers this time. Three balls left to go. Matthew Montgomery already thinking of the golf course later on this evening. Maybe they're counting on a little bit of a rain delay and they've got the portable putt-putt. Yeah, those grey clouds are really starting to roll in now from where we were at bright sunshine and clear skies at 11 o'clock this morning. We now have ticked over to 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's some pretty handy overhead bowling conditions.
Good leave from Bedingham. So just one ball till lunch.
Yeah, all around the grounds, all up and down the country. They'll be going to lunch very soon as well. Plenty of wickets falling in the morning sessions in Divisions 2 and 1 as well. There's been 8 wickets that have fallen across the 3 games up in Division 1. 4 for Glamorgan, 3 for Somerset. And 1 for Yorkshire. Durham won't want to lose their third on this last ball. It's flicked down the leg side. Just when we were saying that David Bedingham and co weren't going to be trying anything too exorbitant. They will take away the opportunity of 3 maiden overs in a row from Mohammed Abbas. That will take us to lunch then here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Durham will go in at 75 for 2. It was a decent start from McKinney and Lees through the first hour of this morning. But Ben McKinney, the first of 4, being trapped in front for 25 by Nick Potts. And then Alex Lees with a really poor shot selection, skying up into the hands of Harry Kame at mid-off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. But Will Rhodes has looked patient for his 15. David Bedingham, dangerous as ever for his 9 off 25. Derbyshire keeping it pretty tightly with the ball in hand at the moment. So honours even in the morning session, Steve.
Absolutely, yeah, very tight morning session, and yeah, looking forward to seeing how it plays out in the afternoon and hoping the clouds don't bring any rain. So we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time.
Absolutely. So
Look
don't
forward.
go anywhere. We will be back with the afternoon session, hopefully on time, here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Well, very good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside here for the afternoon session of Durham against Derbyshire. Derbyshire winning the toss this morning and electing to send Durham into bat. And it's been a decision that has paid off. They got the first 2 wickets of Ben McKinney and Alex Lees, but David Bedingham and Will Rhodes have been able to dig in and see through the remaining portion of the morning session, which ended up pretty much with honours even, but maybe with Derbyshire a little bit the happier of the two. You're with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Steve Blades here for today's coverage. This afternoon session is going to be really intriguing to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a very tense morning. Good cricket from both sides. Durham battling through some very tight, disciplined bowling from the Derbyshire attack. It looks like it's going to be Nick Potts to start the afternoon session for the visitors from the Lumley end. He picked up the wicket of Ben McKinney, who'd started to play with some freedom, hit a few boundaries before he misjudged a ball from Potts and was plumb LBW. So yeah, a good afternoon session. Derbyshire continuing to attack, 3 slips in place for Bedingham, and Durham will be hoping that these two can get settled again after the lunch interval and take the innings forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Derbyshire very reliant on getting David Bedingham. It's a leave to start things off here this afternoon. I know how important that Bedingham has been to Durham's success this season. Highest run scorer in the division this season. 628, second to Emilio Gay, who we've seen out and about here throughout the day, getting put through his paces ahead of potential England selection in the 11 for the second test.
Driven by Bedingham, but finds the fielder at mid-off. Yes, it'd be very surprising if he's not in the 11.
Yeah.
But yeah, he seems to have had a bat, and he's been doing some running on the outfield during the lunch interval, so working hard on his fitness and technique and so on before the next game. He'll now have an idea of the bowlers that he'll face for New Zealand. Good lead from Bedingham. Getting his eye in again after lunch.
Yeah, try to take a little step across there as well. Did Bedingham just try and get into the line that Potts is bowling? But 5 overs, 1 for 17 in the morning session.
Yeah, it's hard going for the Durham batters. Run rate of only 2.4 and over. And that's taking into account that 1 over went for 12. So yeah, it shows what an attritional session it was, really. That's a clip off the legs from Bedingham, but again finds the fielder at mid-wicket. Matthew Montgomery there.
Yeah, the fielding generally not been too bad as well for Derbyshire. There was that one sort of half quick run out chance. I think it was from Harry Kame that missed the non-striker stumps and raced away for 2 overthrows. Bedingham defends, but particularly in that mid-wicket area at point as well. There's been some sharp fielding where some shots and some glances could have raced away to the boundary rope, or at least put the outfield sweepers under a little bit of pressure.
Still a lot of cloud around the Riverside this afternoon. Hoping that's going to blow through. The forecast is pretty good for the next few days. And that's a lovely shot off through the mid-wicket area from Bedingham, one of his classic shots, tucking it through the onside. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice way to end the over there for David Bedingham.
His second boundary.
It's just that boundary off of it for 79 for 2. Just watched and waited whether the first 5 balls post-lunch, and then was happy to play a little more extravagant on the last ball. As it will not be Mohammed Abbas. That will continue from the Finkel end. It's going to be the first sight of Lewis Rees. So Lewis Rees for the first opportunity to take the ball in hand here today.
Left armour. Shapes it away from Will Rhodes. Yeah, Rees, 50 wickets last year for Derbyshire in the Championship. Their leading wicket taker, but has had an injury, so hasn't bowled very much at all this season.
Yeah, really strong numbers last season. 18.94 average, 6 wicket haul as well. And his best figures for the season in the Championship.
Just 1 wicket so far this season for him, but as I say, he's been playing as a batter only. But good to have the variety in the attack of the left armour.
Mm-hmm. Width again. Maybe just took a little bit off of it there, De Vries as well. Rose trying to cut that through point, but that's Derbyshire that's patrolling. Quite a deep point as well from where he's standing at the moment, Bashir. Rhodes again, just happy to play patiently. Rees, who didn't bowl at all in Derbyshire's last county game against Middlesex.
Rhodes looks at his bat, playing that back up to mid-off. So considering he hasn't bowled very much, Lewis Rees pretty accurate, as all the Derbyshire bowlers have been this morning.
Mm-hmm. Now trying to drive through the covers. Doesn't quite time it though. Good first over that from Lewis Rees. It's a maiden. So Durham remain 79 for 2. We've got another email that's been sent in. If you want to get in touch with us, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk, or drop us a comment in the live stream chat as well. I've been keeping an eye on. Email from Matthew says, afternoon gents, for a very cold Shaftesbury, Dorset. Well, another fantastic live stream. Hope that lads can keep up their good championship form with another win. Just a question. Do we know when we are likely to see Bryden Carson, Mark Wood? Any updates on injuries? And I've got some updates for you. As Bedingham keeps out Nick Potts. So Bryden Carson still recovering from the hand injury after he was ruled out from the 2026 IPL. He picked that up while batting in the nets ahead of the Sunrisers Hyderabad season opener. And Mark Wood has been in the gym at the Riverside, but there's no news in regards to his return to play. So safe to say it might be a little while.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing Bryden Cast before Mark Wood.
And put down there.
That's quite a sharp chance there for Ben Aitchison at a second slip. Just went very fast and low to his right hand, and they'll be disappointed that the Derbyshire side they had the opportunity to just pick up the wicket of Bedingham soon after lunch, and just came slightly too quickly for him, I think.
I tell you what, I don't think it's quite carried.
Is it not quite carried?
I don't think it's quite carried. I think it's a little bit of a blush that's been spared there for Ben Aitchison. Oh, that one's raced through.
Hard to tell from where we're sitting. But
yeah, but like you say, it raced off the outside edge.
It was very low if it did carry.
So blemish is slightly spared there for Ben Aitchison after, if it did end up carrying what would have been, like you say, a golden opportunity to try and dismiss David Bedingham on just 13. And that one keeps the little low. It's the second one we've seen from the Lumley end that has kept low. There was one in the first session that I think might have been against McKinney.
There was one to Bedingham that kept very low, I think.
And it was a good work from Guest from behind the stumps to be able to just keep that in front of him. Driving and time that quite nicely. It's going to take some chasing from Caleb Jewell. He will just get there. Bedingham will come back for two. Lovely sound off the bat though.
That one a bit more bounce through from Potts.
Yeah, still showing that the surface has a little bit left in it. Past the lunch break. Just the 2 runs off that over. 81 for 2. Durham.
And Lewis Rees to continue from the Finkel end. Rhodes has been very patient. He's found it hard to score 15 off 65 balls so far.
Full half a cry of catch, but it's really well played off of his pads from Will Rhodes. That'll help him a little bit.
Yeah. Left armour drifting across onto the leg stump, and Rhodes took full advantage of that. There have not been too many balls like that it's been easy to seize upon for boundaries.
Yeah, it's just a bit too straight there. This time through the covers and crunched again. Will Rhodes goes back-to-back boundaries. Durham starting to attack a little bit. Again, this time just sort of overcorrecting, a bit too much width on offer there from Rees. A little bit of late shape away. Tries to go back through mid-wicket, but this time gets a little too close to the fielder. expensive over already, though. 8 runs from it. Still 2 more to come. That's full again, and that is lashed again.
That's a beautiful shot. 3rd 4 of the over. So we had one of these earlier in the morning. 3 boundaries in 1 over, and we've got 3 boundaries in an over again.
Yeah, that's one of the shots of the day for me.
Yeah, beautiful shot.
From Will Rhodes. Really lovely follow through. And again, it's just width, a little bit of late tail away from the left-hander, but it's not wide enough for its starting position. Durham have jumped up to 93 for 2 now. Rhodes 27 of 70. Clipped into the leg side, and it's good timing. Doesn't quite time all of it. That's Anuj Dal that is on for 12th man duties.
Lewis Rees looks a bit frustrated with himself after that over. And so he's been out injured from the bowling perspective for a little while. And first over was very tidy, but not so much that one. Just couldn't get his line quite right.
No, not at all. 14 runs off that over, with the 2 in between mid-wicket and mid-off, or mid-on, I should say there.
And slightly worryingly for Derbyshire, Lewis Rees seems to be leaving the field. They'll be hoping that's nothing serious. Very important member of the team.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And that's Mohammed Abbas that might be rejoining proceedings as he takes up position at long leg.
And Potts to continue. That's a good leave from Bedingham outside the off stump. A bit of movement away, bit of bounce, and he just moves across but then lets it go through.
Yeah, quite sharp movement off the surface there from Potts.
He's looked the sharpest of the bowlers today, I think.
Yeah, he's been bowling really well. Hits the pitch hard, gets a little bit of extra pace and bounce. Also had a couple that have kept a little bit low. This time up high, and beautifully up high. That is vintage David Bedingham. Square drive through the offside, and it's going to go for 4. He's been trying to do that quite a few times in this inning so far. Get up high on his toes and punch square on the offside. And this one, again, that little trigger movement that he's taking, stepping across and in line, set him up really well. Halfway through this Potts over. This will be his 3rd over in this spell as well after the lunch break. I've not seen Lewis Rees come back yet either.
Down the ground from Bedingham, but finds mid-on. No run.
So we'll have to see where Wayne Madsen goes to if Rees doesn't rejoin for his next over. Could potentially look to go back to Derbyshire. Matt and Anderson only bowled 4 overs this morning as well.
Second man going out on the leg side boundary, dropping back to deep square leg.
Wanting to maybe give David Beddingham the single to keep him on strike. They won't keep him on strike for now. One more ball left to go in the over. I imagine that might be the thinking here. For Beddingham the opportunity to just drop into the leg side, take the one. Oh, squirrels off the outside of the bat. Beddingham will take the one and brings up the Durham 100 to end the over as well.
Yeah, 36 overs, so it's been slow progress, but Durham will be pleased to get to 100 for 2. 140 minutes it's taken.
And I think considering that they've lost both of their openers, Durham have consolidated pretty well.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy with how it's gone, given the everything. So it looks like Martin Anderson is going to return to the attack. Lewis Rees still off the field. Martin Anderson 4 overs for 6 runs this morning, so like most of the bowlers, pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty economical to start things off through the morning session. But now Durham, having gotten through it, only losing 2 wickets. Not losing them for supremely low totals either. Leeds with 26, McKinney with 25. Maybe Durham now sensing that this afternoon session is when they can start to try and turn the pressure back up a little bit.
Pushed out easily into the leg side by Beddingham. Picks up a single. Fielded down on the boundary.
And again, just happy to continue to rotate the strike.
Yeah, and the field having to move over for the left-hander. Always quite good for the batting side to have a left and right-hand combination. Just to make further complication for the bowlers.
Yeah, complications for the bowlers, put an extra few minutes in the legs of the fielders as well. That one, serious width, and races away by Will Rhodes. Real mistake ball there, full toss, and it's dispatched. Backward of point for yet another boundary for Will Rhodes.
So he moves up to 33, so a lot of acceleration since the lunch interval.
Yeah, I think for Anderson there, I mean, obviously a mistake ball. Wonder if it's maybe just trying to come out of the back of the hand there from Anderson as well. Again, that's quite full. This time, more of a Yorker length. And Rhodes digs it out. Yeah, it was really pitched up from Anderson. Ooh, and then drags the length back there. Trying to aim for the top of the off stump. Good couple of bounce back balls from Martin Anderson so far.
Bit of width, which Rhodes doesn't chase after, probably wisely. No need to take unnecessary risks at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you've got the sweeper there on the offside. The cut shot only really gets you 1, maybe 2 if you're lucky. Ooh.
Left. So 105 for 2. So we've had 6 overs since the lunch break, and Durham have managed to add 30 runs. So they'll be pleased with the start that they've made. Both batters have had the feeling of making good shots, which builds their confidence and getting the feel of the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, David Beddingham certainly looks to have settled in now a bit more after getting through the initial stages during the back end of the morning session. Will Rhodes, of course, started to make some shots of his own as well, picking up 14 off that Lewis Rees over in the 35th.
Oh, another beautiful shot from Beddingham. Bit of width there from Potts, and Beddingham quickly onto it, puts it away behind square on the offside.
Yeah, well, just as we were saying, what was I saying about David Beddingham looking like he's looking quite settled in?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one just a little bit of shape away in the air. David Beddingham just offering the full face of the bat. Driving on the up. Really, really nice shot.
That was Fuller from Potts and it out into the mid-wicket area by Beddingham, but no run. So the grey cloud seemed to have blown away. Quite strong breeze here at Riverside.
Yeah, that wind has been pretty consistent throughout all day. The flags on top of the sight screen that we showed you earlier still being billowed.
Ooh. Yeah.
Big bottom edge there from David Beddingham.
I think he had a momentary thought that it was going to cannon back onto his stumps, but he just prevented that. Yeah, the Banks Homes Riverside looking at a picture now in the afternoon sunshine. Decent crowd for the first day of this match. As we were saying this morning, these 2 matches in the middle of the season are vital for both sides. Durham starting the match with a 20-point lead at the top of the table, and Derbyshire in the big group in the middle of the table.
Oh, wild pull shot there as Potts gets a little bit of extra carry and bounce through. It's a good take from Guest as well.
And so after these 2 matches, the remaining 6 matches for each team are condensed into a 5.5-week period at the end of the season. There's no fallow weeks for teams, so it's going to put pressure on the strength of and depth of squads. So both sides were looking to go into that final period with a good position after these 2 matches.
Yeah, and especially if you're taking what the table looks like right now into consideration. If Durham do, for example, go on and open up a healthier gap between first and second, it does make that second place spot a really intriguing contest and a really juicy prospect with Northants, Kent, Lancashire, Derbyshire, even Middlesex and Worcestershire.
I think it's only Gloucestershire who appear out of it. Ooh,
that one
down the leg side. Stops it, but not cleanly. So just the 4 off the first ball of that over. 109 for 2.
Yeah, so currently the Division 2 table, you've got Durham undefeated in the Championship this season, 3 wins, 3 draws, 105 points. Northants then in second, 2 wins, 1 loss, 3 draws on 85 points. And then you really start getting to the condensation of the group with Kent on 77, Lancs and Derbyshire tied on 75, but Lancs ahead. Middlesex and Worcestershire both on 71.
Bit of width there from Anderson, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes. Rhodes happy to let it go through.
So many of those teams playing each other. I mean, Durham next up have Northants here next week in what at the moment is set to be first versus second in the division.
Again left by Rhodes.
Northants playing Gloucestershire this weekend. They're currently 165 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Like you say, this sort of middle odd block, as it were, becomes really impactful to set up what's going to be a hectic close to the division, to the season.
Another leave from Rhodes. And this season we using the Duke's ball throughout the summer. The midsummer matches have, the last couple of years, been played with the Kookaburra ball, which has caused all sorts of controversies and a lot of unpopularity, and that experiment now appears to have been ditched.
Full and a little bit of width again there for Rhodes to try and dine on, but paddles that pretty much right back to Anderson and inspects the toe of the bat as well after that shot.
It's fascinating how the cricketing authorities have over the years fiddled with the rules for the county championship. Scarcely a year seems to go by without some change to the regulations, as Rhodes tickles that down to fine leg for 1. Obviously changes in the bonus points, changes in the number of points that you get for a win or a draw.
Injury substitute rule.
Injury substitute rule. If you go back in time, there was even limitations on how long the first innings could be at one point.
Wow.
It was limited at one stage to, I think, 100 overs for the side batting first, and the side batting second could use up unused overs. But all these changes that have generally been done to try and make the cricket more attractive, but a lot of them haven't lasted very long.
Yeah, it's always intriguing, especially with your domestic league, as that closes the over 110 for 2. About how much, like you say, that you alter it, how much of an advantage you try and give up. Obviously, with the Kookaburra ball, the concept, the idea to be, well, let's prepare players for the Australian conditions in the Test matches and such. As Ben Aitchison's going to come back into the attack from the Lumley end. But obviously, the issue is that the weather and the general sort of conditions and atmosphere and pitches aren't necessarily the same to or akin to what you're going to play with over in Australia. So you're not going to get that same kind of result that you're aiming to emulate.
Yeah.
Oh, big appeal there. The umpire is unmoved. Ben Aitchison, a little perplexed as to how that's managed to miss anything. Oh, it has popped off of something, The umpire thinking it's the elbow that's popped off of? I'm going to have to watch this back a couple of times because this is a really odd one.
I'll keep. Rhodes gets turned around a little bit there by Aitchison.
Yeah, might have just caught the elbow or the shoulder of Will Rhodes there. Everyone in a Derbyshire shirt felt convinced that they had Will Rhodes caught behind. Oh, might have done there though. That catches the outside edge. And after Aitchison maybe feels like he got a little hard done by with the first ball of the over, strikes with the third. Will Rhodes has to go for 34, and Durham are 110 for 3.
That's a big disappointment for Will Rhodes and for Durham. A third batter gets a start but can't go on, and I think this could be the pattern of this innings. It doesn't look easy against this attack and batters getting in and then getting out. That was a very good delivery, really, just lifted and moved away a little bit, and he knew he'd hit it and was off.
Yeah, it was a ripper of a delivery. Immediately, Will Rhodes looked back and saw the grateful gloves of Brooke Guest outstretched and happy to take the catch. So that's going to bring Graham Clark out at number 5. Past Graham Clark this morning as he was making his way out from the morning net session. He was in conversation with one of the Derbyshire squad members. He's now going to have to face Ben Aitchison, who's picked up 2 wickets so far today.
Graham Clark's played in all the Durham's County Championship matches so far. He's had 7 innings, 1 not out, and just 166 runs with a top score of 78. So some mixed form in the T20 competition as well. So
yeah, he's had a bit of a weird season as Graham Clark, like you say. He's definitely, particularly in that T20 campaign, has really, really struggled. Him and Alex Lees. The small sort of exception being the T10 game that we got the other night. That'll be the first bowling bonus point as well, picked up for Derbyshire, getting the 3rd wicket.
And Derbyshire have been very good at picking up bonus points this year. The leading accumulator of bonus points in the division before this round. So sticking to that.
Ooh, and a real snorter there against Graham Clark. That's beating him all ends up. This is really, really good from Ben Aitchison. I think it's what Derbyshire fans, though, have come to sort of expect. Seeing a couple of comments there saying it's Ben again. Ben does it again. I mean, he's doing it on both sides of the game, though, as well. Picked up 8 wickets across both innings against Middlesex and chipped in with 112 as well.
Oh, moving it now.
And asking really, really good questions of Graham Clark to kick things off. It's a wicket maiden for Ben Aitchison. And it puts Durham to 110 for 3.
Yeah, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26 so far for Aitchison, who's now got 30 wickets in the championship this season. So impressive performance from the young man.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Can Martin Anderson back that up from the Finkel end?
Slightly worryingly for Derbyshire, I don't think Lewis Rees has returned. So 2 overs and then...
Oh, tickle down the leg side. That'll be 4 for David Bedingham.
No,
it'll go down as byes.
4 byes, yeah. Loose.
David Bedingham won't mind, though, and Durham won't mind how the runs tally up. It's the First extras that Derbyshire have conceded as well in their bowling innings. Full, whipped off the pads. Has he pierced the gap between the fielders on the leg side? He has.
Beautiful shot. An expensive start to the over from Anderson.
Yeah, which is a little bit of a shame. His first 2 overs were pretty tidy, only going for 6 in this spell. In fact, his first spell just went for 6 as well. So, just trying to find his radar a little bit. That time movement away. Bedingham goes on up to 29. That partnership, by the way, for the 3rd wicket between David Bedingham and Will Rhodes was 49. 1 run short of getting a 50 partnership. Driven straight back to Anderson. Again, like you say, Steve, there have been all 3 Durham batsmen that have come and gone, have put themselves up for decent platforms, but just not able to kick on as of yet.
Durham will certainly be hoping that Bedingham, having got to 29 not out, will be the exception to that.
Yeah, more often than not, he's been the one. He's been the talisman. Last ball of this over. It's just going to be left alone by David Bedingham. So end of the over, the 4 byes and the 4 runs clipped off the pads will put Durham up to 118 for 3.
Means that Ben Aitchison will get a chance to have a go at the new batter, Graham Clark. Continue the rather searching examination that he greeted him with following Will Rhodes' dismissal.
Yeah, the first 3 balls that Aitchison got at Clark were really, really nice. That second one in particular, beating Clark all ends up. This time gets a bit of bat on the ball, but not enough to get to the non-striker's end. See just to our left-hand side, Darnett, long leg that's Mohammed Abbas that's going through some pretty rigorous stretches and loosening.
Good leave there from Clark. Yeah, Clark looking to recapture his form from last year when he got 2 centuries, averaged over 40 in the county championship. Hoping that the second half of the county championship season, or second block and final block, are more productive for him than the initial. Being given the number 5 berth this year, position or 2 higher than he's tended to come in, being swapped positions with Ollie Robinson, which again is a bit of a reflection of Ollie Robinson's drop-off in performance, which again hopefully will get corrected soon.
Yeah, I was about to say he's another one that's struggled a little bit, hasn't
Absolutely.
he? Ollie Robinson. Obviously with Emilio Gay having been called up to the test side, there's been a little bit of reorganisation there as well at the top of the order.
Yeah, Will Rhodes coming in to fill that number 3 slot. That's plenty of width. Clark not tempted to chase it. Almost seems to be a bit more movement now than there was earlier.
Yeah, it's interesting. This ball now 41 and a half overs old. And the overhead's still pretty bright. There are a few menacing looking clouds that are starting to blow over, but might just be blowing over as opposed to sticking around. That's fired down the leg side.
Good take by Guest. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mohamed Abbas coming back into the action. Yes, he's actually taking his pullover off at the moment, so he's getting ready, eager to get into the attack.
Potentially eager to try and have a go at Graham Clark as well. Man on the leg side is going to be sent back onto the boundary. Clark swipes at one.
Doesn't really time it. Repeats the shot, showing what he wished he'd done, but just goes out to mid-off. It does look like it's Mohamed Abbas to come into the attack. It's bowled tidily, not actually picked up a wicket yet this morning, or this afternoon now. But been very accurate on the whole.
Yeah, just gone for 15 runs in his opening 9 overs across 2 spells. 2 maidens to go with that as well. That was over 6 and 7 that he's bowled today in his second spell. Bass just sending square leg out deeper at Derbyshire. That's going to sit on the leg side boundary.
Birmingham moves across his stumps and just plays quietly defensively.
Yeah, we're back to this battle again. David Bedingham against Mohamed Abbas. Bowling to 3 slips. Mid off, mid on. Point cover. Long leg. And that deep square leg of Derbyshire. There's some protection on the pull.
Lets it go through. Still watchful, not inclined to take any risks. I think the Durham batters recognise that this isn't necessarily a situation where you can go all out for your shots, and it's important to accumulate. Little query about the ball from Mohamed Abbas.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have our first sight of the metal rings.
No, I think he's just tidying it up.
Oh, it's got the scissors out.
Yeah, tidying up the seam by the look of it. Yeah, just got the knife out.
A couple of alterations, and
Yeah.
Abbas now happy to retake the ball.
Umpire Russell Warren, quick with the knife there.
Bedingham trying to clip off the pads. Doesn't quite time it. Despite some of the shots and some of the runs that have flowed in this afternoon session, Derbyshire have been put on some scoreboard pressure now here. So he had the 8-run over back in the 41st, but
Bedingham's still struggling to time it on occasions. That
39th over went for 1 run. 40th and the 42nd were both maidens. And 4 more dot balls from Abbas here. Like I say, just sort of probing, just asking the questions of David Bedingham. There is that rising punch that Bedingham is oh so known for. And when you time that up that well, there's only one destination, and that's the boundary rope.
Another 4 for Bedingham. Beautifully played.
That's David Bedingham's 6th 4 of his batting innings.
Yeah, I don't think he's missed out on any particularly good opportunities, has he? He hasn't been overly aggressive, but when he's been given opportunities like that, he's seized on it.
Yeah, it's that trademark Bedingham shape as well.
Yeah.
Stepping across, not overhitting it. Just letting the pace and timing do the work. And then straight back into his shell, into his zone, to defend and close out the inning. So just that boundary off the over. Durham 122 for 3. Let's have a look and see what else is going on around the division, as the games that did have a little bit of a rain delay are now underway. So we'll start in Division 2 in Northamptonshire. We mentioned it very briefly a few moments ago, but they're up to 173 for 3 against Gloucestershire. Aitchison continuing to battle away against Graham Clark. Lancashire finally underway in Blackpool. They won the toss and sent Kent in to bat first, which makes a lot of sense considering they've lost the first session to rain. Kent are already 34 for 2. That's a Kent side as well, by the way. If you've missed it, are going to be without Zach Crawley for this in the next game.
Clark off the mark there. Goes off the edge, really behind square leg. Gets through for a single.
Yeah, Zach Crawley voluntarily sitting out this week and next week of games. Of course, has come under quite a little bit of speculation, quite a little bit of fire for his lack of run scoring, and whether maybe the move to drop him from the England Test team should have happened sooner rather than later. But he's taken these couple of weeks off to refocus.
Just one there for Bedingham. Goes out on the offside.
As for the other game in Division 2, Middlesex slow and steady, 99 for 1 at the moment against Worcestershire. We've got Max Holden on 28, Sam Robson on 66. Tom Taylor, the man with the only Worcestershire wicket so far.
Ooh, what a good ball that was. A bit of bounce, carried well through to Guest, and a bit of movement away.
Yeah, you can definitely see why the Derbyshire faithful are regarding him so highly. He's put forward some absolute gems so far today. He's managed to get some return on it as well. 2 out of the 3 wickets falling to his name. Clark,
That's
lovely
a
drive.
Nice shot. Yeah, over pitching there. Aitchison, a rare half volley for Clark to lean into and find the boundary on the offside. So that moves him on to 5.
Yeah, and hopefully just steady himself a little bit as well. Ben Aitchison has had the lion's share of possession, as it were, between the small battle that these two have had. That's just a nice little counter-offensive from him.
Oh, quick single. But they're safely through.
Very nice.
Yeah, good to rotate the strike. Clark will now have to face Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah, 7 off that over. Puts Durham to 129 for 3. As you say, it'll give Graham Clark his first real look at Mohammed Abbas here this afternoon. Let's quickly jump up into Division 1 and primarily tell you about an absolute collapse at Glamorgan. They've fallen to 117 for 7. Zainul Hassan gone for 5. Asa Tribe for 6. Ben Kellaway went for 33. Sean Dickinson for 31. But Colin Ingram and Tim Vandergugten both for 0. Jaydev Unadkat doing a lot of the damage. He's picked up 3 wickets so far.
He's an Indian fast bowler who the Sussex hierarchy talked very positively about his contribution to the team. So in the wickets there for them this morning. They're having a good season really, Sussex, after starting with that points deduction, but they're still in the mix.
Yeah, they currently sit on 79. As that is slashed through the offside.
Yeah. Second boundary for Graham Clark there. Bit of width and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, past the diving attempt at point. That was Nick Potts trying to put the dive in, but Clark just manages to get it far enough out of his reach. And Clark starting to really accelerate here. He's moved up to 10 off 16. Bass going to change the field slightly, going to bring the third slip out and make him a gully. Clark driving, trying to go to that similar spot. But this time straight to point. Yeah, the game's in Division 1 quickly as well. Somerset 109 for 3 against Notts. Essex and Leicester, who are finally underway after they lost the morning session to rain. Essex already 48 for 2. And Yorkshire are 172 for 1. Will Luxton on 77. Ooh.
Mohamed Abbas, hands on his head there. You can't understand how Graham Clark managed to not get an edge on that.
And even Graham Clark there dropping the bottom hand and looking back and saying, where on earth has that gone? Watch this back again. Oh, gee, that's an absolute seed from Mohamed Abbas, and how that hasn't caught the top of off stump.
Got the top of off stump or the edge of the bat. And yeah, it's almost one of those that too good. That time Clark forward and solidly behind it. Fortunately, not every ball is like that from Abbas. It would make it impossible, really.
One more ball left to come in this over. This is where they had been sending square leg back onto the boundary to just afford Graham Clark the single and try and keep him on strike. They're not going to do that this time, though. Shoaib Bashir is going to stay at square leg.
Just left by Clark, so Beddingham will have the strike for the next over. Yes, mention of Bashir. I wonder when we'll see him back in. He came on, I think, in the 11th over this morning. It was had a very early bowl for an off spinner, and
and then just had that one over before lunch to give Mohamed Abbas one final chance before the interval. But like you say, we haven't seen him with a ball in hand since. Whether that's going to be over in the next over or two, how much of a leash that Madsen wants to give his opening bowling pair.
well, off the edge a little bit there from Beddingham, who's quickly back for a second. Mohamed Abbas, maybe not quite the sprightliest and quickest in the field, but he is 36. He has already bowled 11 overs, so I'm sure we'll forgive him. And Beddingham gets through for a second run.
As Graham Clark's bat had a little bit of an inspection there. Checking the gauge. Bettingham again taking that step across. Quite a lot of lateral movement off the surface there, and that delivery did Aitchison.
Aitchison on the whole maintaining this very good line and length. Going at less than 3 and over.
Yeah, there's not too many bowlers that will be, I think, have gone for higher than 3 so far. Reese probably the exception, but slightly special exception considering he's bowled 2 overs and we haven't seen him since. Try and see if we can get some kind of update. Gets up high on David Bettingham. It's the last ball left of the over, and this time they are going to send square leg back onto the boundary. So we want to try and keep Bettingham on strike to face Abbas again. Or potentially give the change of bowling. Instead it's nursed to mid-off.
Yeah.
And that will end the over, just the 2 from it.
So 135 for 3. We've had an hour or so's play since lunch, and Durham have made 60 for the loss of 1 wicket out of Will Rhodes. So that means Graham Clark is in and about to face Mohammed Abbas again.
Yeah, you can just see as well Derbyshire going through a couple of extra looseners, so I wonder if that might have spelled the end of the spell for Ben Aitchison. Will bowl 13 overs now. This will be the 12th over for Mohammed Abbas.
Yes, all the seamers may have to bowl a little bit more than they'd anticipated if Lewis Reese stays off the field and can't bowl anymore. Maybe Bashir will hold at one end for a while.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they go to, and then sort of rotate Martin Anderson, Nick Potts.
No run there for Clark. Yes, Bashir definitely warming up. Trying to remind his captain, I'm here, Skip.
Caleb Jewell in your picture there.
Tasmanian. Patiently forward, Graham Clark, not taking any risks.
Yeah, even with some of the runs that he has been able to amass for himself and a couple of the 2 boundaries that he has hit, he's still not necessarily felt hurried or looked rushed to get into things. He's at 10 off 23 now. And
some changes to the field. The offside looks like cover point is dropping right deep into the sweeper position.
Yeah. Cover being just brought around a little bit as well. So Clark drives on the up, finds the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, but doesn't find the boundary rope.
2 runs for him.
Tries to slash that through the offside.
Didn't really time it. And just went to the fielder there.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do, especially with point itself now vacant. They do have the deep man out on the offside to protect the boundary if Clark does just want to rock back and play the cut shot.
Bashir dropping deep on the leg side. Maybe he's thinking of going short. Just pushed into the gap on the leg side. 1 run there. The regular stream of Durham cricketers going to the net area continues. James Minto heading down to the nets for a bat with Scott Borthwick there and Ben McKinney.
Yeah, James Minto, a young player, still got quite a lot of brightness ahead of him.
Yeah. And it is to be Shoaib Bashir. Bowled 1 over from the Lumley end before lunch. He's going to have another go from this end. He bowled 3 overs from the Finkel end and then 1 from the Lumley end. Unlike, he didn't seem to get a lot of spin before lunch, just going to be presumably relying on drift and variations in pace and so on.
Yeah, and especially with possibly Lewis Rees still being off the ground as well. I don't think we've seen him make his way back on. Well, he's certainly not in any hurry to have the ball given to him after going for 14 in his second over. Going to be down to Shoaib Bashir to help hold up the Lumley end, give possible pace rotation from the Finkel end. First chance for Graham Clark to have a look at Bashir as well in this game. Faced just 27 balls. And that gets through the dive of Harry Kane.
He came on initially with 2 left-handers at the crease, but now we've got 2 right-handers, so he is spinning it. It's not going to be going away from the bat as it would have done with the left-handers. He's just got 1 slip in place in a sort of short mid-wicket. And cover is also quite short, so maybe looking for those mistimed drives to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, just get that one that pops up off the bat of either batsman. Not got the short leg in place on the leg slip, which Shoaib Bashir has had to a couple of the batters so far today. That one's flicked to that short mid-wicket, Harry Kane. Bassett quite a short fine leg as well.
To be a slightly quicker ball from Bashir.
Bellingham once again chipping to Harry Kane.
Just one run from Bashir's come back over.
Durham up to 139 for 3. Still back into that situation where slowly and steadily just building a partnership. These two up to 29 now currently for their 4th wicket partnership. Bass is going to continue and get another opportunity or two before the possibility of switching over. Rory Hayden standing at mid-on as the 12th man. This will kick off Mohamed Abbas's 13th over in this innings, which is when Wayne Madsen decided to pull Ben Aitchison out of the attack.
Yes, he won't want to overbowl his overseas fast bowler. Accurate as ever.
Yeah, we're coming up to the 50 over mark very quickly, so that means that the second new ball will be available in, right now, 31.4 overs time. Going to want Abbas and Aitchison as fresh as possible for when that time comes around, if that time does come around. Still a lot of cricket to be played up to that point, of course.
Just pushes that out onto the onside. Mohamed Abbas, wicketless, but so accurate. Not giving the batters much opportunity at all. Which is pretty much what you'd expect from an international class bowler of his style and calibre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just giving up the 4 boundaries so far today. Has Abbas. Same number for Aitchison. Ooh.
Playing a miss outside the off stump by Clark.
Yeah, just offered out the bat there. Not too far away from his body with the forward defensive, but enough to give Abbas a little bit of encouragement, particularly from Guest and Madsen at wicketkeeper and first slip respectively.
Again, just no run, just fielded it at cover there. Matthew Montgomery made the move from Nottinghamshire to Derbyshire to get more regular time in the side. Yeah. Yet to make a first class 100 for Derbyshire.
Defending again, and that'll close it over.
Made an over from Abbas. Yeah, he's 3rd out of 13, going at 2 and over.
Yeah, going on exactly 2 and over as well. Been very, very economical as Mohamed Abbas so far today. Wayne Madsen just in the middle of your picture there for a moment was coming over to have a chat with Abbas. Maybe that conversation is around, can you get through one more over before we start turning maybe to the like of Anderson and maybe Nick Potts again? Or do we want to keep you in our back pocket ready for the potential of that second new ball? For now, though, it's back to Bashir. Oh, gets an outside edge, and that might just race away for 4. It's going to be a long chase to the deep square leg, and it won't get around to it.
Yeah, false shot really there from Bedingham. He goes on to 40.
Yeah, it was always going to be a really difficult chase. It's Jack Morley that's out there. Sort of deep backwards, or in fact, it's on the offside, so just the sort of sweeper. Deep backward point on the offside.
Pushed out for a single by Bedingham. It's good. Rotate the strike.
Puts him on 41 as well. 41 off just 76. Would be the first Durham batter of the day and of the game to reach a half century if he gets there. Will Rhodes scoring the highest of 34 before being dismissed. Clark wants to try and take on Bashir. A real force behind the drive, just doesn't quite get the timing.
Getting no run there for Clark. Being patient, settling in.
Yeah, he liked the look of that ball though, did Bashir. As soon as it struck the bat, both arms up in the air.
No run again.
Now this time was put into a little bit of deep thought. Brought the hand to the chin. Last ball of the over. It's an early stride forward and kept out by Graham Clark. End of the over. Durham 144 for 3. As Ben Aitchison comes back onto the ground. Or is that going to be Jack Morley that's going to be jogging off? Was on for 12th man duties. It's Rory Hayden. That's the man that's made way.
Rory Hayden, who was christened the Stoke Abbas by Director of Cricket Mickey Arthur, and did a pretty good job in Mohamed Abbas's absence. 5 wicket haul in one of the matches, so he probably feels slightly unlucky to miss out here, but he'll get his opportunities.
And it is Abbas to continue for an extra over or 2.
Turned off the legs there by Bedingham. Easy on the eye.
Yeah, very much so. Mohamed Abbas doesn't necessarily think so, or maybe a little frustrated at that easiness. Bedingham scampers away to 42. And onto the non-striker's end. Still bowling to 2 slips and a gully. Here is Abbas.
Forward. No attempt to look for a run off that nagging accuracy of Mohamed Abbas.
Yeah, I think an aspect of this as well, this sort of carefulness from Graham Clark, will be David Bedingham on the other end.
Yeah.
You've seen quite a few aggressive drop and runs through the morning session. But now this afternoon, now when you've got a man at the non-strikers end at 42, well and truly set. Last thing you want to do is a cheap run out.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a very good and careful leave there from Graham Clark. Just sails over the top of middle and off stump.
That's slightly frustrated there, I think. He thought that was pretty close.
Yeah, it was very close indeed. As soon as he finished the follow through, immediately traditional fast bowler's pose of how did that miss? Can't tighten the drive on the app. Ticked past 3 o'clock here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Point's going to be sent back deep onto the boundary. And square leg's done the same as well with Derbyshire.
I haven't had a lot of short pitch bowling to try and force a false shot, but there's been no need for them to do that really. The line and length bowling has looked pretty effective and dangerous.
Yeah, we've not seen a barrage of the short ball so far from Derbyshire. Happy to just pitch the ball up, get a little bit of lateral movement either off the surface or off the seam itself. It's produced some results so far. But at the moment, these two just digging their heels in.
The forward defensive from Clark and just one run off the over.
Yeah, been resolute in his defence as Graham Clark, 14 off 43. David Bedingham, the real prize though potentially for Derbyshire, up to 42 off 77. As that ends the 51st over, Derbyshire continuing on. His task is pretty simple. It's just going to be to hold up that Lumley end.
The clouds are building up again, rather quite as bright as it was this morning.
Yeah, it might be a slight opportunity or a slight cause for us to break out the weather radar as David Bedingham pushes an easy single down to long on. From what I can see, it shouldn't cause us any problems.
Whipped off his legs by Clark for one. That's Potts down there.
There's a possibility maybe around about 4:30 this afternoon. From what I'm looking at on the Met Office right now. There's a little patch of maybe a light shower to pass through.
With this strong wind, anything should hopefully blow through quickly. So.
Yeah, I was about to say there was quite an audible gust of wind that passed by our effects mic there. Bellingham pushing to Anderson there at mid-wicket. Wonder when we'll see him with the ball back in hand. He's not bowled since the 41st over, so he's had 10 overs off.
No run there, so ends the over, 2 runs off it, 52 overs gone, and Durham are 147 for 3. It looks like we are having a change. Looks like Martin Anderson coming on to replace Mohammed Abbas, who's had a decent spell after lunch.
Yeah, I did just query, didn't I? I did just ask the question about how long it would be until we saw Martin Anderson with the ball back in his hand. And that's going to be right now. Bowled 7 overs, none for 16 with a maiden so far. Last over that he bowled went for 4 byes and then another 4 off the bat of David Bellingham.
Mohammed Abbas going off to have a rub down or shower or just put his feet up.
Count me in for all of the above. Especially if it is as nippy as it looks like it is out there with the wind chill. Anuj Dowd.
Yeah, back out. He'll be pleased to be back on the cricket field, having had a nasty ankle injury and missed a lot of the season so far. Whipped off his legs by Clark, down to fine leg just for 1 run. Just steady accumulation, really.
Yeah, they're not in any hurry, are they? Derbyshire winning the toss, sending Durham to go in and bat first. Derbyshire picking up both the openers in the morning session since they've dismissed Will Rhodes, but that was all the way back in the 40th over, so we're coming up to 13 overs past that wicket.
Played out on the offside by Bellingham, but just straight to mid-off. It does appear that the batters don't quite have the confidence to really go for the drives with, you know, pace of the pitch perhaps, and not taking risks.
That's a lovely
bit
sound.
Of width, and but it's only going to be 1 run. Fielded on the boundary there by Nick Potts. Nick Potts out there, not Caleb Jewell. Nick Potts on the boundary.
Yeah, that's why they've kept that man camped out there for that exact shot. Now how strong that David Bellingham is on the back foot. Little uppish there from Graham Clark. Reaches mid-off on a couple of bounces. Yeah, I think there's maybe an element of obviously the bowling attack being some pretty good quality from Derbyshire. Not encouraging or not being tempted to take on the drives.
Wide from Anderson, and Clark happy to let it go, not taking the risk of chasing it.
But I think there's also
quite a lot of chasing, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think you're mentioning about not taking a risk. I think there's a large element of that from Durham. You know, it's forcing Derbyshire to do all the work and making themselves a tough team to break down. And occasionally, particularly last season, you have had situations like that where a big wicket would have fallen and then immediately another 1 or 2 will tumble.
Nice shot there by Clark out to Potts again. So that brings up the Durham 150. So that means that actually they've doubled their score since lunchtime, in 75 for 2 at lunch of 31 overs, and now 150 for 3 of 53 overs. So there has been a little bit of an acceleration since lunchtime. Probably what you'd expect with Beddingham at the crease. He's somebody who will keep the score moving along.
Yeah, and they've not allowed the overs to, really accumulate at. There's been a couple of overs here and there where there's been some dot balls in a row, a bass chaining a maiden or two together here and there. But they have been able to find some of the runs where they can, find the ones. Some finding all the way to the boundary rope as well. Graham Clark, who's had to face a real tough test in his 49 balls that he's faced. Come up against some brilliant deliveries from Ben Aitchison when he first came to the crease. Then navigating Mohammed Abbas. Now looking like he's finally sort of got himself set in this innings.
I have to say I've been impressed with what I've seen from Bashir. He's, it's tough for a spinner on the first day of a 4-day match. You're not going to get a lot of turn, but he's not given much away. And
backing it up as well with efforts off his own fielding.
And, major role of a spin bowler in a team is to tie up an end in the first innings, and sometimes he's not been able to do that for England. We've seen that there's been too many release balls that batters have found it easy to put away for boundaries, and that's certainly not been the case here today. And 15 wickets and a runs per over of less than 3 is a sign of the benefit he's got from playing regularly for his new county.
He's going to get one crack at David Beddingham this over here. He's going to change angle as well.
Interesting.
Actually going to come around the wicket.
That's outside the leg stump and pushed out to deep square leg by Beddingham, who will keep the strike. He moves to 45.
Durham up to 152 for 3 with 54 overs gone. 42 overs remain in the day's play. So we won't be too far away from the tea break.
It's been a good over rate, but then if you've got your spinner bowling a little bit, and none of the bowlers have hugely extravagant run-ups.
And
Anderson in, and Beddingham content to just push it out in front of him defensively.
Yeah, not allowing himself to be hurried up. Here is Beddingham. On to 45, ideally for Durham. They'll be wanting him to really kick on and probably make up to 3 figures. They're going to put a strong total up. Provide a strong enough platform for Potts, Rain, Aldridge, Parkinson to bowl at. Get our first sight as well of Olivier. Presented his cap this morning, his Durham cap from skipper Alex Lees.
Oh, that's a nice drive down the ground from Beddingham. Moves on to 49. Over-pitched and Beddingham quickly onto it.
Yeah, you can't afford to give an opportunity like that to David Beddingham. Harry Kane trying to put a little bit of a chase in. As you say, a little over pitched, maybe starting a little bit too wide as well. That movement going straight into the hitting arc for David Bedingham. Oh! Edged it gone! What a take that is from Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And David Bedingham, just what I said that Darrell maybe wanted him to go and ton up. He's going to fall one short of the half century. The big prize for Derbyshire. And Durham fall to 156 for 4.
Yeah, he went rather tentatively after ball outside the off stump and edged it through, and it's a very good take by Brooke Guest. So that's what we've said, really, that it seems to be difficult for players to keep going on this surface today. That's the fourth batter to go past 20 and then be dismissed. So disappointing for Durham, and Derbyshire sticking to their task. But another good innings from Bedingham, but he'll be a bit disappointed that he's not been able to convert that into a 50 or even more. And the new batter, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, and it's another partnership as well that fails to reach the 50 mark.
Yeah.
Also, that partnership for the fourth wicket worth 46 between David Bedingham and Graham Clark. So now it's down to Ollie Robinson, who makes his way in at number 6, who, as we've mentioned before, has been struggling a little bit for some runs and struggling a little bit for some form. Just 115 runs to his name in the county championship this season so far.
Yeah, that's disappointing for a player of his calibre. Yeah, his highest score is 32 and averaging less than 20, so we'd be an opportune time for him to improve on that. And he starts with a drive off the back foot through the offside. He's just going to pick up 2 runs, but that's a nice shot to start with.
Yeah, good rising shot there from Robinson.
Just pushed it, didn't try to hit it too hard, which was good.
One more ball for Anderson on this over. It's his first wicket of the day as well.
This time Robinson happy to just play it defensively out on the offside. So 1 for 25 so far from Anderson's 9 overs. I wonder, with another new batter at the crease, whether Bashir will continue or whether there's a reversion. No, it looks...
It's Nick Potts.
Like, yeah, he's going back to Nick Potts. Wayne Madsen. Canny, very experienced captain and cricketer. Recognising the importance of this moment. 1 wicket can bring 2. Bringing back one of his fast bowlers who took a wicket early on, and be looking to capitalise on the situation.
Yeah, Potts took the game's first wicket of Ben McKinney. Since then, if you're just joining us, McKinney only making 25 before being trapped in front. Alex Lees was the next to fall, skying a thick top edge up to Harry Kame off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. Then Will Rhodes feathering through behind for Brooke Guest's first catch of the game. And then David Bedingham going for a really smart take. Oh, thick inside edge there from Graham Clark. He's going to get away with it. And run away for a single.
Ollie Robinson down to the striker's end. Gets the first opportunity to face Potts. Watts hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket, so he may not have faced him before.
Yeah, I think Madsen just going to get a little more aggressive with the field here. Going to bring the man deep back up to point. And Robinson immediately exploits that gap.
Yeah.
They brought up Jack Morley, who was deep on the offside sweeping. And immediately Ollie Robinson goes, thank you very much. We'll hit the boundary rope for the first time today.
Beautifully timed that. Just raced away.
And Madsen immediately now going to say to Jack Morley, yep, you know what, you just stay there for the rest of the over now. Watched through to Guest behind the stumps. Still get two men back behind square on the leg side. Over to Bass at long leg. And that's Bashir at deep backward square. They go for the pull shots, completely mistimed.
That was similar to what happened to Alex Lees, but Robinson gets away with it. I think it's a Dahl actually. It's Dahl and Bashir, isn't it, down here?
Yeah, luckily for Robinson, it didn't catch too much more airtime.
Might make him reluctant to try that shot again. Ooh. That was a good ball, nipped back into him.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson isn't the tallest man in the squad, so any of those balls that pop up might just give it a little bit of a tickle on the ribs every now and then. But it's what you want against the new batter. Really cramp him for room. And then a thick bottom edge.
Yeah.
Runs down back to mid-on. It's Ollie Robinson with one really quite nice shot in that over. Moves up to 6 runs off 7 balls. And Durham go to 163 for 4.
Yeah, one very nice shot, but also a little bit discomforted by others. Not timing. It's going to be Anderson to continue. That's in conversation with the umpire. Not quite sure what that's all about.
Yeah, it's quite a lengthy conversation that's gone on there between the umpire and Wayne Madsen. So whether that's something to do with the ball, something to do with maybe the footholds. We've seen balls from both ends that have been landing quite hard in the crease.
That's outside the off stump, and Clark again doesn't time it. Just getting the sense that a batter's struggling to time the ball.
Yeah, it's been making for a really interesting game and a really interesting surface to play off of here. Yes, there are runs that are flowing. Run rate just a fraction under 3.
It's played out again by Clark into the offside. Yes, it's a difficult one to know what a good score is, what past score is for the first innings.
I mean, I think from here, if you're Durham, you're probably looking at anywhere upwards of 250 to 300.
I'm sure they'd like to get to 300. I think that would be a reasonable score, in fact, on this pitch.
Oh, that
But
one beats the bat.
as we always say, you don't know what a good score is till both sides have batted.
True. That's very, very true.
So, but it doesn't look like a 450 pitch.
No. No, but hopefully what that does mean is that it will give both sides the chance to have 2 innings.
It's left by Clark.
Obviously, there is the possibility that as the game goes on, the pitch could potentially sort of flatten out. Take a little bit of the sting out of the game. I'm expecting the overhead conditions to be a little brighter, I think, as the rest of the game goes on. 18, 18 and 16 degrees across Saturday, Sunday and Monday. I think maybe a little bit of cloud cover around here and there as well. So, I mean, if the conditions stay sort of similar or emulate to what we've got now, it should be a really quite even contest. If it wasn't already pretty even as it is. Big heave there from Graham Clark. It will just get the single. Run down to Bashir.
Yet another over which just includes 1 run off it. It's been a bit of a pattern today. Single runs off overs. 10 overs, 1 for 26. Anderson bowled very tight and tidily.
Yeah, but at least from Durham's perspective, it's still, you know, that 1 or 2 runs here and there. You know, if we are saying that this is a pitch where Durham would be quite content to look at 300 or upwards of 300, then, you know, those 1s and 2s that are going to start adding up.
Absolutely. Potts in again, outside the off stump. Good carry there through to Guest.
Yeah, he's been generating quite a lot of decent carry as Potts. 1 for 37 of his 10 overs so far today. 1 wicket he has picked up was the first of the game, Ben McKinney. Oh, bouncer.
One of the first bounces of the day. I've not had too many.
No, not at all. Don't mind it, though. Just put that into the back of the minds of Graham Clark. A little bit of a harder feat to execute with Ollie Robinson, but what it does do is it just brings that deep backward square leg as well into a little bit more play. This time goes full and clips it well off the pads, out of the reach of Shah Bashir.
Yeah, finds the gap between the 2 boundary fielders on the leg side for a welcome boundary.
Yeah, just more pressure alleviated there for Durham. Just trailing down the leg side there a little bit was Potts, and Graham Clark clips off his pads well. Pierces the gap between Bashir and Dahl. That's a better comeback pull from Potts. Oh, short ball. Cries of catch. It's going to fall short of the man at deep backward square.
Not completely in control of that at all. Be quite relieved that it dropped between Bashir and Dahl.
Yeah, that's exactly the situation that I mentioned when we saw the first short ball against Clark. Which brings Dahl into play as an actual catching chance as opposed to just trying to save an extra couple of runs.
And the reaction is that even though the batters have changed strike, Bashir has moved in off the boundary.
Ollie Robinson a little wiser to the short ball ploy there from Potts. End of the over, 5 runs from it. Durham 169 for 4.
And Mohammed Abbas returning to the field.
Yeah, still don't believe that we've seen any sign of Lewis Rees.
Yeah, that will be a concern.
I'll just double check and see if the substitute has been activated or not yet. Doesn't seem like it has. At least not from what I'm seeing from the Derbyshire social media.
Yeah, no changes to the rules for substitutes, despite the degree of controversy in the first block of matches about the circumstances in which players could be replaced and who could replace who. Lancashire in particular seemed to be in the midst of some of the controversies, but no changes made. So Anderson again to Clark.
Ooh, Peel from the cordon.
Played and missed outside the off stump, and it went through to Guest. Yeah.
Yeah, Madsen in particular thought that he heard a noise on the way through.
Moved a bit. Just held its line. And after that, Clark opts to leave this ball.
And yet again, he's found himself in a situation that all of the Durham batters have so far. Up onto 25. And hoping that he's going to be the one to kick on.
The duck ball.
A little bit of sunshine peeking through. Despite some of the grey skies and clouds that we have had intermittently throughout the day. Has been a pretty decent day for cricket today.
Ooh.
Steps back and a cry of catch.
Another play and a miss there from Graham Clark. Second of the over.
Second slip was about to race away and sprint as if the catch had been taken and that Graham Clark was being to be dismissed a few overs before the tea break.
Yes, we've got 5 overs left after this one until tea. The over rate's been reasonably quick. Helped, of course, by Shab Bashir getting through some overs, so it won't be too long after 22-4. And that's driven back. So that's a maiden over. So just looking at what's happening in the other matches, after the delayed start at Leicester, Essex are now 126 for 2, and Jordan Cox, who's come into the England squad, is batting well, 76 not out. And the Somerset are 156 for 3. James Rue, who's also in the squad, was run out for 10, but his younger brother Thomas, presumably now finished his A-level exams, is 156 for 3. So going well. And Glamorgan are all out for 155.
Wow.
Yeah. 4 wickets for Unad Cat there. And Yorkshire are 216 for 3 against Warwickshire, with Will Luxton 92 not out. So Nick Potts again. And Robinson just behind that. Kent are 104 for 2 against Lancashire after the delayed start. Northants second in the table, going well. 251 for 3. Nathan McSweeney 84 and Saif Zaib 107, both still going strong. And Middlesex 170 for 3 in their match with Worcestershire.
Tell you what, those are some scores for McSweeney and Saif Zaib there.
Absolutely.
But here, it's all about Durham at the moment. Now back in a situation where they were pre-lunch interval. Just get these two batters back into the pavilion safely. Robinson will pull just for a single.
Unlike Graham Clark's shot in the last over, he was completely in control of that, on top of the ball. So I wonder whether Potts will have another go at it with Graham Clark on strike.
Yeah, he was the one that had the opportunity for that top edge. They're just going to offer up the opportunity of a drive. Stopped at short cover. James Minto below us, just returning back from his net session.
Well, he's been there quite a decent length of time.
Oh, off the shoulder of the bat. I think they're from Graham Clark.
I popped into South Northumberland one afternoon this week. The seconds were playing against Kent seconds, and James Minto was batting well at that point. Could well develop into a useful contributor with the bat as well as with the ball in hand. So that was a good win for the seconds against Kent. George Drizzell getting some wickets on the final day. Robinson pushes that out to Bashir, who comes in as quickly as he can, energetically throws it back. So just 172 for 4. And 4 overs remain until the tea interval. So Robinson on 8, Clark 26. No batter yet to make it to 50.
Yeah, all been useful cameos so far, but no one quite going the extra mile. David Beddingham coming the closest before being caught with a really neat take by Guest behind the stumps with the gloves. Was dismissed for 49. Anderson to continue against Ollie Robinson, who will leave the first ball he sees. Full face defensive. Doesn't beat Montgomery at cover.
The accuracy of the bowling and the relatively slow scoring rate has enabled Derbyshire to keep 3 close fielders in all day, if, not felt under pressure. Forward defensive again from Robinson.
Yeah, they've persisted for most of the day's play with either the cover on the offside or the mid-wicket on the leg side, mid-off and mid-on, generally up. There's only really been, for Bashir, a couple of overs where mid-on has gone back to long on the boundary. And then you've had your sweepers out on either side of the boundary as well.
It's pushed out by Robinson to the sweeper. That's for one more run. 173 for 4.
What it is forcing from Durham's point of view is to kind of entice them into something that on occasion, more often than not, has been something a little bit harder to do, and that's play on the drive. Oh, big appeal. I wonder if there was 2 noises there, though. Derbyshire felt convinced that they had Graham Clark. But not for the first time. The umpire
Unmoved.
ignores the appeal, yeah. My first thought is that there's bat involved here. Because height, there's no question. Impact looks all right. There are charts maybe that it's going down the leg side. Oh, I don't know.
That's pushed through mid-wicket, and that should be 2 more runs for Clark. Taking it up to 175 for 4. So Durham have added 100 since lunch. The loss of 2 wickets.
And Martin Anderson doesn't seem like he's best pleased with the umpire's explanation of why the appeal was not given and that Graham Clark hasn't been dismissed for 26. Instead, he will stay and get to the safety of the non-striker's end on 28. See, there's a man out on your picture that's getting some pads on and is about to take a helmet as well. So it looks like that Nick Potts might be getting a short leg in or something here to Ollie Robinson. Now, Wayne Madsen to rearrange the field a little bit here. Looks like they are going to continue with the long leg and deep backward square leg.
There's been a little bit of a change of plan there. The leg guards have gone on, but then the helmet's gone behind the keeper. Robinson plays it out into the offside.
Yeah, good job actually there that Wayne Madsen did change his mind, because if Montgomery did take the helmet and wasn't standing there at cover, that would have taken some chasing for Shah Bashir to come around and cut that off through the covers. It's been good captaincy so far, I think, from Wayne Madsen.
Yeah, he's changed the bowlers around regularly.
There is that drive, and it gets past cover.
That's more like it from Robinson. That's the sort of shot that we like to see him play. We've not seen enough of really lately.
No, not at all. That's his second boundary of the innings. And that will perturb Wayne Madsen a little bit there, after keeping Matthew Montgomery in at cover. Ollie Robinson does find the opportunity to time a drive and drive it well. It's been difficult, but not impossible. Oh, pulls out of the pull shot, and wisely so. A little bit of late rise there off the surface. Solidly back in defence. Potts 1 for 49 so far in his 13th over. The third bowler to have bowled 13 plus overs today. Ben Aitchison's bowled 13. Mohamed Abbas has bowled 14. Martin Anderson's bowled 12. Bashir 8. Oh, really reaching there.
Yeah. We've had a few of those really quite wide deliveries today, which the batters have generally left alone, but Robinson reached for it. The umpire Naeem Ashraf looking round at the dark clouds which have gathered again.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me maybe if this continues on through the tea break, that maybe the overhead lights make an appearance. Last ball of the over. And it's down the leg side. It's batted down at the very least by Guest. And it will go for a bite.
Yes, it's slightly difficult for us to judge the light from behind the windows. So 180 for 4, 2 overs left before the tea interval. And it's still to be Anderson with Robinson on strike.
And a quick opportunity to remind you all as well, if you've been enjoying the coverage so far today, we'll be covering all 4 days of this game, as well as plenty more action from the Rothesay County Championship, the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and the Vitality T20 Blast. So be sure to drop us a like if you're enjoying it. Subscribe to the Durham Cricket YouTube channel. Also will keep you up to date and be the first place to see all highlights from any of the games that you've missed, and post-day and match interviews with players and coaching staff alike.
And also the Durham women's team.
Indeed.
Our matches are also streamed, and the Durham women go particularly well in the T20 competition.
Yeah, the Durham women will be back in action here at the Banks Homes Riverside back on Wednesday. Looking forward to covering that one. Especially in the midst of the Women's T20 World Cup being well underway by that point. That competition gets underway tonight.
Yeah, England starting with a match against South Africa. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, not South Africa. I'll be hoping to start with a good win.
Three more balls left of this over from Anderson. This should be his last before tea.
Pushed out into the offside by Robinson. Fielder Matthew Montgomery is close in on the offside, dives but can't cut it off, so they do get a single.
Yeah, he did enough to take the worst out of the shot there, did Montgomery. Got enough of a paw to it to guide it to Harry Kame. Rising drive attempted there by Clark. Again, doesn't quite get the timing. Last ball of the over its way. Clark on 28, Robinson on 14.
No run off that ball, so Anderson 13 overs so far, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. Bowled very tidily, and excellent support for the opening bowlers.
Yeah, similar to, as we said this morning, there's not really been any bowler that has conceded a great deal of runs, or that the batsmen have really got at too much. Derbyshire is going to get one more opportunity before the tea break.
Yeah, it's his fourth spell, I think. But as before lunch, he only had 1 over. He's just going to get 1 over now. The wind is obviously picking up. There's bits of Toblerone blowing around at the other end of the ground.
Yeah, and there's going to be a bit of mop-up duty there being done at long on from one of the Toblerones, just being sent away out of harm's reach.
Yeah, single there for Robinson. Just goes out into the gully area, and Madsen runs round from slip to pick it up. Yeah, the ground staff are now running around to play a game of catch the Toblerone.
Yeah.
Which isn't going to be quite as easy as you might think.
No, and it's not the fun kind of catch the Toblerone where you're ending up with a
bit of chocolate.
Yeah. Graham Clark to face against Derbyshire. Defends the first. And defends the second, much like they did in the pre-tea break period of the game. And another session that's ended and will likely end, unless Bashir can break through these last 3 balls. Relatively even once again.
Yeah, I think it's very even, isn't it? 182 for 4, 107 for 2 in the session for Durham.
Long on's going to be brought up to mid-on for this next delivery.
Again, no run.
Of a funny feeling that might be the call as well from Graham Clark at the last ball of the over, unless something magical happens here.
Bashir choosing to go round the wicket for the final ball of the...
And his mid-wicket
He's just
coming in short as well.
Yeah, push.
And it will be a call of no run. Robinson was tempted, Graham Clark not at all, and that will be tea here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Another pretty even session. Derbyshire getting the big prize of David Beddingham. He's the last wicket to fall on 49 after a really smart take from Brooke Guest. But just like they did in the late stages of the morning session, the Durham batsman incumbent Robinson and Clark have solidified pretty well. Robinson goes into tea on 15, Clark on 28. And that puts Durham to 182 for 4. Still plenty of action yet to come, though, ahead of this evening session, which we'll be back with in about 20 minutes' time. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our coverage of day one of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 clash between Durham and Derbyshire. We're set up to have a pretty intriguing evening session here this evening. Durham 182 for 4 after being sent into bat first, with Derbyshire winning the toss. The wickets that have fallen so far today: Ben McKinney was the first to go for 25 LBW off the bowling of Nick Potts. Then Alex Lees, after skying a shot up to Harry Kame at mid-off off the bowling of Ben Aitchison. Will Rhodes then feathering behind for the first of 2 takes for Brooke Guest behind the stumps off of Ben Aitchison's bowling for 34. And then David Beddingham 1 away from a half century after a really nice grab from Brooke Guest. It means that Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark are the Durham batters at the crease at the moment. Ollie Robinson on 15, Graham Clark on 28. And you're here for the evening session of today's play with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Steve Blades as well. Good evening to you, Steve.
Yeah, good evening. Welcome to those of you who've been with us all day, and those of you who are just joining us. It's been a fascinating day's play, nip and tuck, and it's pretty even at the moment, and we're fascinated to see how the evening session goes and who'll end up the day on top. We were talking earlier about what we think a good score on this pitch will be, and we reckon that Durham will be happy to get 300, 350 maybe. It doesn't appear to be a 450 type pitch, was our assessment. So we're going to start with Mohammed Abbas, who has bowled very well, very tight, and been treated with a lot of respect, which is possibly why his 14 overs have only gone for 27 runs, but he hasn't actually picked up a wicket as nobody's taken risks against him. So he starts bowling to Ollie Robinson, who's happy to play it defensively out into the offside.
Yeah, bringing back Mohammed Abbas. We're, 16 overs away from the second new ball being eligible to be taken at the 80 over mark. So just maybe the thought process from Wayne Madsen here is bringing him, potentially Ben Aitchison, from the Lumley and back into the attack. See if you can prize one more wicket before that new ball is taken. And second ball beats the bat of Ollie Robinson. Wayne Madsen thought that it had gone through and carried enough as well to Guest behind the stumps.
Probing that off-stump line, and Robinson playing a false shot.
Yeah, already asking a couple of questions of Ollie Robinson here. On the up and gets through the gap between second slip and gully. Not for the first time a Durham batter's done that today.
Yeah, fortunate to get away with that, really. But he moves on to 19. Both Robinson and Clark have had slightly disappointing starts to the season. Both of them would be looking to try and make big scores.
Yeah, that's a pretty genuine outside edge there from Ollie Robinson.
Didn't look like he moved his feet as much as he needed to.
This time, cuts. There is the man sweeping in the deep on the offside, as there has been for pretty much the entirety of the game so far for Derbyshire.
That one a bit shorter, and Robinson more in control of that shot. Brings Clark on to strike for the first time since the tea interval.
Yeah, he resumes on 28 of 82 deliveries. Been very, very patient Strike rate of 34.1. First thing he'll do is run down to that man at deep point, and we'll come back for the second as well.
The fielder there has a big area to cover and an easy two.
So that's 7 off this first over after tee already.
But as 4 of them came off that edge, I don't think we can really attribute it to any deliberate acceleration or anything at the moment.
That one a bit straighter from Abbas, and Clark happy to defend. So that will be the end of the first over after tee.
And it looks as though Ben's spot on. It's going to be Ben Aitchison from the Lumley end. Pick of the bowlers, now up to 30 first-class wickets this season for Derbyshire.
Some of those who have come down in attendance to watch this game spot a few Derbyshire caps amongst 1 or 2 Durham caps in there as well in that pack. Always great to see fans of both counties watching the game in person.
Still 3 slips in place for Aitchison. Robinson, showed in the last over his slight vulnerability outside the off stump, so Aitchison will be keen to pick up an edge if he possibly can.
Yeah, it's interesting considering that Abbas had 2 slips and a gully in place, as opposed to Aitchison, who will have 3 genuine slips.
Outside the off stump, and Robinson not tempted on that occasion.
Key partnership, this one for Durham, between Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark. It's up to 33 at the moment. Durham haven't had a partnership yet go over 50, much like individual scores for batters today. So they'll at the very least want to get a partnership that will get to 50 plus. If not, Graham Clark, he's only 20 away from half century. Robinson 30 away. Again, trying to tempt Ollie Robinson. Quite a way outside of his off stump.
A little bit too wide, I think, that to tempt him.
Seen enough there to have a little bit of a chat with Graham Clark, though.
That's very wide.
That is very wide. Not wide enough to penalise, though.
Guess running across to catch it as well. That's punched off the back foot by Robinson, and he's timed that well, so it runs through and he's get 2 runs. Looked at first as though it was going to be cut off quite easily, but he timed it so well that it sped away across the grass. So it's a positive sign of better timing from Robinson.
Yeah, just a slight missed opportunity there at cover. Just try and keep that to either a single or no run at all.
Second man going out deep on the leg side, maybe short ball coming. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Robinson. So First over from each end after tee completed. Durham 191 for 4.
Yeah, and hanging on through in there at the moment. Obviously that 7 run over to kick things off after tee. A little deceiving after the outside edge from Ollie Robinson racing away down to 3rd for 4. But still just trying to keep that run rate ticking, keep it hovering around 3 runs and over. Mohamed Abbas going to bowl into his 16th over. First one left alone by Graham Clark. Calls of weight. Robinson halfway down the track. Hoping to see the quick single snuck through. Definitely could have been an opportunity. Especially with how quickly Ollie Robinson did set off from the non-striker's end. Again, much like has been a bit of a theme for Durham with the bat today. Not willing to take too many risks. Good comeback over from Abbas so far. 3 dot balls in a row. Clouds start to rejoin us once again from to our left-hand side. I had the small suggestion of, if this continues on, that maybe the overhead lights will be turned on. That might, however, not be till another hour or so's time. Happy to defend again. As Clark this time just pushed out to mid-on. Last ball of the over. On its way from Abbas. Clark goes to set off, but then will not chance the throw of Caleb Jewell at mid-on. So it's a maiden over for Abbas, his 4th of the day. It keeps Durham 191 for 4.
Yep, Aitchison to continue. Don't think Lewis Rees has rejoined the field of play.
No, we've still not heard any indication, I don't believe, as to...
Hasn't bowled very much at all this season because of injury. Bowled 2 overs. The first one was very tight and the second gave away a number of boundaries and then left the field and hasn't been seen since. That's pushed into the offside by Robinson. Trots through for a single.
Yeah, still no indication of any substitute or anything like that. Well stopped from Aitchison. Clark tries to drive him straight back down the ground.
Clark pushes that to mid-on, scampers through quickly for a single, and he's home in plenty of time, and the throw misses the stumps anyway. In this sort of situation, so important just to keep pushing the singles, keep the strike rotating.
And keep that score ticking over as well.
Absolutely.
7 runs away from 200 for Durham.
Left outside the off stump by Robinson.
Especially if we are taking the assumption that 3 to 350 would be the par score on this pitch. Getting up to that point with still plenty of wickets in hand. Ideally, I was speaking to one of our wonderful producers during the tea break.
No run there. Fielded at mid wicket.
Ideally, you want to
Nick
be.
Potts coming in.
Ideally, I think you want to be roundabout sort of. You can get 270, 280 for 6 to be your closing day one score, and go out there, try and attack the morning session on day 2. Then get your bowlers out there and really start attacking, defending a total of, say, around 330, 340.
A little bit of a uncertainty between the batters there, and Clark looking for a single, whereas Robinson clearly wasn't. So Clark retreats and makes his ground safely. And Abbas to continue from the Fingal end.
Yeah, it's just the 2 runs off that over, 193 for 4. Of course, we welcome those of you that have rejoined us from the tea break as well. If you want to get in touch, you're able to do so either via the YouTube stream chat, or you want a little longer message or question, streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. That's the email address to use to get in touch with myself and Steve. Clark jabs the bat down. First thing up against Abbas. Have 21 overs until the second new ball available. Once this over's completed. No, 11, sorry.
11 overs.
Yeah, 11, sorry.
Got your maths right, yeah, Ben.
That was never my strong suit.
We were talking earlier about constant changes. It always used to be 85 overs. Abbas walking back rather slowly now. I don't know if he's feeling something or just the impact of bowling into his 17th over of the day. I'm not sure he'll bowl many more in this spell. I think we could see a decent spell from Shoaib Bashir to get Derbyshire through to the new ball.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Oh, that's
short.
way down the leg side. Guessed as well to actually get a glove on it, and it only goes for 1 run, one by.
Yeah, he's been pretty handy with the the gloves so far today as guest.
Yeah. You always feel for a keeper when you get buys for deliveries like that they can't do a lot about.
Yeah. Yeah, you're asking a lot out of your wicket keeper, and once or twice sometimes you'll get the glares, you'll get the looks of going, oh, come on, give me a hand here, mate. Rising and cutting away. It's going to put a chase on there.
I think that's going to go for 4.
It will indeed.
Go all the way for Robinson. That's more like Ollie Robinson to pounce on a wide, short delivery, and I'd be surprised if Abbas has another over after this one. He's beginning to look very tired.
Yeah, and especially with there being such a short amount of time until that second new ball is available, Madsen will undoubtedly want him and Aitchison to have first dibs. Yeah, too wide, too full, and easy for Robinson to pounce on. He moves up to 27 of 42 now. Oh, offers out the bat again there.
Yeah, he may be tired, but he's still inducing a play and a miss from Robinson.
Yeah, again there, you just saw a little bit of width on offer from Mohamed Abbas. Immediately after he shadow batted the cut shot and thinking, okay, maybe tempted to go with the drive on the up. Was the wrong shot selection.
Tucked off his legs by Robinson as the lights come on. I didn't see the umpire's signal, but they obviously have. And it's not surprising, really. It's got quite gloomy with dark clouds encircling the ground. The lights coming on at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, said about 10 minutes ago that I wouldn't be surprised if they make their way on at some point during the evening session. There they are. See them slowly but surely beam into life as they're at, particularly right opposite us as we look straight across the ground from our commentary position. Some really angry looking grey clouds overhead. That's driven on the up by Robinson. Straight at Derbyshire.
200 for Durham. 200 for 4 in the 70th over. It's been hard going, but they've stuck at it. And, you know, that's the important thing on a day like this, pitch like this, particularly when you lose wickets regularly. You've just got to get batsmen to dig in, and they've done that very well.
Yeah, they've been pretty resolute so far of Durham with the bat. Well through the early storms generated by each of the bowlers, especially in the post-interval sessions as well. It could be very easy to take a few extra overs to get yourself back into rhythm. But they made themselves really hard to break down. I mean, no wicket has gone for less than 20 so far, and even if Robinson and Clark were to fall at the scores they're at now, that trend still will continue. So everyone's played their part. There's still plenty more players with parts to play as well. Durham still have Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Callum Parkinson, and Dwayne Olivier as well. Square leg, not for the first time, and certainly won't be for the last time, sent back onto the boundary rope for these last couple of deliveries.
Straight by Clark, but Aitchison manages to get a hand to it.
Yeah, that'll sting as well from Aitchison. Immediately recoiled as soon as it hit the tips of his fingers. But going and striding right back to his mark. Before turning and firing to close the 70th over.
Tucked into the onside by Clark. Gets through for a single. Keeps the strike. And no hurry from Abbas to move in from the boundary. So our supposition that he was going to take a breather is correct. And it looks like it's going to be Martin Anderson again.
Yeah, Martin Anderson has bowled 13 overs so far today. The most expensive over going for technically 8 runs, but 4 of those were byes. Also had one over that went for 6, but that was the over that he picked up the wicket of David Beddingham in. And this will be potentially 5 overs from him, 5 overs from Bashir, possibly from the other end, just to get to that second new ball. That's wide. That's punished from Graham Clark. Really strong drive. Might not quite get to the boundary rope. Good chase there from Harry Kane. But it's enough to come back for 2. So that puts Anderson's figures right now to 1 for 32 of 13.1 overs. 2 maidens involved in that as well. Straight up this time from Anderson. All of the Derbyshire bowlers have been hovering around this similar sort of number in terms of runs conceded. Got Mohammed Abbas, none for 39 of 17. Aitchison is 2 for 41 off 16. Certainly a highlight of the Derbyshire bowling attack so far. Shoaib Bashir only had 9 overs. He's gone none for 22. Potts is probably the biggest outlier in terms of the runs conceded because he's 49 given up in 13 overs, but he has picked up a wicket. And then Rees, none for 14 off 2.
Clark happy to let that go outside the off stump.
So pretty much all the Derbyshire bowlers been hovering in and around that mid to late 30s to early 40s mark. Potts the one difference to that. They've all been bowling pretty consistently. That one quite wide. And now if the conditions do stay like this, with the overheads, very grey skies, lights beaming down, if it lasts to that second new ball, there could be some serious chaos that could be caused in the last hour or so of the day's play.
That's the end of the over. 71 gone. Durham 203 for 4.
Let's have a quick look in around the grounds and see what's going on elsewhere. Middlesex and Worcestershire, pretty similar position in the game for them at the moment. Middlesex 201 for 5. Kent 119 for 5 against Lancashire at Blackpool. That game had a delayed start after losing the morning session to rain. And Northants 307 for 4 against Gloucestershire. They're well on top on day one.
Nick Potts it is going back into the attack, so not Shoaib Bashir. It's getting darker and quite threatening out there.
Yeah, it's certainly looking a little scarier in terms of will those heavens open up and a little bit of rain start to make its way down here at the Banks Homes Riverside. There's also going to be the question, if it does get any darker, about light and visibility as well, even with the lights. In fact, here comes a little bit of rain. And it might be a lot more than a little bit. We're going off.
Yeah, the Vic, the groundsman, is running around towards his tractor to get the covers on.
Yeah, I
think this has slightly caught people by surprise with the speed it's arrived heavily, but we have had some heavy downpours in the last week or two in the northeast.
Yeah, in fact, we lost the women's T20 match the other night completely to rain and lost half of the men's T20 Blast to rain as well. So we're going to step away for a moment here and we will be back, hopefully, with continuation of day one here at the Banks Homes Riverside between Durham and Derbyshire.
See you later.
Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside after a short rain interlude. We can safely say and happily say that there will be more play here on day one. We've not lost any overs as well, so we still have 25 overs remaining in the day's play. And Ollie Robinson and Graham Clark will resume, with Derbyshire having just 9 more overs until the second new ball is eligible to be taken. And with the rain now having passed us, some of those grey overheads that Derbyshire were maybe hoping stuck around, ready for that second new ball, are starting to dissipate. But what will this next 25 overs bring us? You with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick and Steve Blades.
Welcome back to those who've been watching earlier, and welcome to those who've just joined us, maybe after a day at work. It's been a enthralling day's play. Not fast cricket, but interesting all the same. The Derbyshire bowling has been very tight. They've given very little away, and it's been a battle for the Durham batters. It seemed quite hard to drive and play aggressive shots. So Durham are 203 for 4 now after 71 overs, and they'll be hoping to continue the steady progress they've been making.
And it will be Nick Potts, who was originally going to retake over proceedings from the Lumley end before we got met with a barrage of rain out of nowhere. He is now ready to continue, and immediately Ollie Robinson driving.
Robinson and Clark are the two batters at the crease at the moment, and they, like all the 4 batters who've gone before, have got past 20.
Mm-hmm.
But David Beddingham is the top scorer so far with 49. And looked set for a 50 when he edged the ball behind off the bowling of Martin Anderson. So it's one of those pitches it's sometimes difficult to feel you're really in on, I think.
Now we're seeing the first sight of this short leg for a pace bowler. And some short stuff.
So we've got 2 men out deep on the leg side, a forward square leg and a short leg. So Nick Potts not being terribly subtle about his intentions. And indeed the first ball was short. So
well, it's interesting because a few overs ago we saw the helmet being brought out and the pads being applied by Matthew Montgomery, and then Wayne Madsen decided, no, you know what, we're going to hold off on that, we'll put you at cover. And the next ball, I think it was Ollie Robinson that drove straight past cover for 4. Short again by Potts to Clark.
Just down the leg side, but he avoids the strangle, doesn't get an edge to it. Goes through to Guest, who's kept wicket well today. Had to deal with 1 or 2 awkward low balls, and 1 or 2 rather wide ones, but he's done it very efficiently.
Yeah, just the 6 byes have gone past so far today. This time Clark gets up high and guides down to Anderson, who's patrolling the gully. It's only him, Shah Bashir as the sweeper on the offside, and then Harry Kame wide mid-off. Now moving sort of more into cover as the fielders on the offside.
Another short ball, and Clark has no problem swaying out of the way of it.
That's the one for the over as well from the umpire.
He did hit one bounce rather up in the air, but it fell safe. So he's not exactly going to be surprised by the short ball, I don't think.
And drops the hands for the last ball of the over. So just the one run from that. Durham up to 204 for 4.
Yeah, and Martin Anderson, who's already bowled 14 overs for just 32 runs and 1 wicket, is going to continue at the Finkel end.
Yeah, this will primarily be just these two pace bowlers eating up the final overs until the second new ball is able to be taken. Then get Mohammed Abbas and Ben Aitchison back into the attack. Not seen much of Derbyshire so far today. He's only bowled 9 overs. None of those in real concentrated spells. He's bowled 1 3-over spell, 1 4-over spell, and then 1 over as sort of a buffer before lunch and before tea. Potentially just something that Madsen isn't seeing and Bashir isn't seeing in the pitch. Doesn't seem like he's had too much turn on show.
Driven out by Robinson to mid-off, and now it's a lovely summer's evening, apart from the wind. It's not quite as warm, I suspect, out there as it looks, with the sunshine bathing the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, quite a stark contrast to where we were 20-25 minutes ago, when all of a sudden there was 1 droplet, then 2 droplets, and then all of a sudden it was looking eerily similar to how it did on the weekend during the T20 blast nights.
Just a repeat of that, driven up to mid-off.
Not wanting to replicate the short ball ploy, at least so far, is Anderson. Sets off for a good sliding stop from Harry Kane at mid-off.
Yeah, it looked like Harry Kane made use of the dampness of the outfield there. Just slide across.
And maybe getting up a little worse for wear after that as well.
Yeah, he's, certainly I suspect his trousers are.
Yeah, nice new healthy patch of green on the knees.
Robinson pushes that out to cover point. And Anderson continuing in the same vein as he's bowled all day, really. Not giving much away at all.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty nice line, pretty nice length. Not been expensive by any stretch of the imagination. 1 for 32 off 14.4 overs. There is a little bit of width, but Robinson can't quite time the drive. Ooh, that one just a little bit of late shape off the surface there against Robinson. Does well enough to get the bat out of the way.
Made an over from Anderson. He's 3rd of the 15 he's bowled. 1 for 32. Very impressive.
Yeah, strong numbers indeed. Going at a fraction over 2 per over is the economy rate. Definitely been one of the most economical bowlers of the day's play so far, and has had his breakthrough as well. Big breakthrough, in fact, of David Beddingham, which was the last wicket to fall all the way back in the 55th over. So nearly 20 overs without a wicket here for Derbyshire.
Potts in again, just slightly short. Clark just pushing it out onto the onside.
Dare I tempt fate as well at this point. The partnership between Clark and Robinson is up to 48.
I was just thinking that, but I didn't know what to say.
Well, someone has to, and someone has to bear the brunt of the potential commentator's curse.
Short ball, Clark dips under it.
One for the over from the umpire. You know, none of the partnerships so far for Durham have been able to reach 50 today. So to be able to get that milestone first and foremost before either Robinson or Clark kick on to their individual 50s or have the possibility to kick on to their individual 50s. Feel like another little win for Durham.
Again, no run.
That is Matthew Montgomery that is under the lid at short leg. Wayne Madsen, I think for the first time today, isn't in at slip. Actually, no, a very fine third man. Right underneath us. She is going to be called around as this ball is being bowled.
Potts bowls round the wicket, and again Clark ducks underneath it.
Even with the blue skies up ahead, the floodlights are still on here this evening. That one pushed up maybe a fraction fuller than where Potts has been living for this spell. Clark not in any hurry. Nice. Good little bit of guidance there from Graham Clark. Gets up high, runs it down to Bashir, and stops the possibility of back-to-back maiden overs for the Derbyshire bowling unit.
And he'll keep the strike. 22 overs left in the day, 6 until the new ball is available.
Down with that single, move up to 205 for 4. Robinson on 30, Clark on 35. Both slowly but surely closing in on individual milestones. That one run bringing the partnership up to 49 as well. So that equals the third wicket partnership of Rhodes and Beddingham.
Played down by Clark, bounces up to around third slip.
Bit straighter there from Anderson. Trying to get a little bit of something out of the ball, a little bit of something out of the surface that maybe got a little bit of moisture injected into it as the covers were being brought over by Victor Main and the ground staff's tractor. Down the leg side. Clark tried to follow him there. There is no fine leg in play. There's only sort of a deep backward square.
Another dot ball.
Yeah, again quite straight there, it looked like, from Anderson. Just aiming at the top of fourth stump. Not giving Clark any excuse to free his hands, either in the cut shot or in the drive. There is the cut shot though, and that will be the 50 partnership between Graham Clark and Ollie Robinson. They've had to really work and toil for it.
121 balls and 81 minutes. Robinson contributing 30 and Clark 18. So that's another first 50 partnership of the innings. A good milestone, and hopefully they can just keep accumulating steadily. And then
Now Robinson tries with the cut shot. There is coverage out there.
Should get a second, and he does get a second run. Bit of width. Rare gift of width today.
And that ends the over. Just the 3 runs from it. 208 for 4. 5 more overs until that second new ball. Graham Clark would love, you'd have to imagine, to get to that half century before that second new ball is taken. Scoring becomes a possibility of even trickier.
Potts to continue, and it appears that it's still the same tactic. Still got the 2 men out deep behind square, still got the short leg. It looks like Ben Aitchison has now come down to this fine third man position.
Yeah, I think it might be Wayne Madsen, who's now taking up mid-off / cover. There is the short ball. There's the pull shot. That's pulled away lovely for 4.
Well dealt with by Clark. No danger in that shot. He got well on top of it.
He didn't necessarily maybe seem to rise up as much either.
No.
That one. Just watching it back. Yeah, it stays around hip height for Graham Clark. Nice and easy for him to rock back on, pierce the gap.
And he's using the angle with the Potts coming round the wicket to him. That's probably a better bouncer, more directed at the batter himself. Degree more bounce. And Potts decides he's going to go back over the wicket after that.
Yeah, just trying to get as much variation as he possibly can. Change the angle, change the eye line that Graham Clark is looking at all these short balls coming from. Again, not short enough. Slapped to Madsen at cover. It's quite a handy gap with the heavily packed leg side field for that short ball, protecting the pull. There's a healthy amount of space square on the offside. It's only Shah Bashir that's patrolling at sort of deep backward point right on the boundary.
That's down the leg side, and Clark moves inside, just lets it pass, doesn't risk trying to nudge it down, risk strangle down the leg side.
Yeah, have to be careful with all those ones down the leg side, because while you do have the long leg in place, there's one that just can easily fire down and just race away.
Under the short ball outside the off stump this time. Let go by Clark.
It's a bit of a better short ball there, and it's easy enough for Clark to drop the hands to. Switch over from square leg into what's that extra cover for Harry Kane. And
Aitchison's coming in to slip in up from his fine third man position.
So are we abandoning the short ball for the last ball of the over? We are. It's going to get crunched though. Derbyshire will wheel around from the deep backward point, but it'll be enough for Graham Clark to come back for 2-4. So 6 runs off the over. Graham Clark moves up to 42, and Durham move up to 214 for 4.
And 20 overs remaining in the day.
Simon chiming in there saying, love the nifty jump to avoid treading on the pitch. Yeah, it's always good to see players take a concerted effort to make sure that they're not treading on the pitch or anything like that.
I think is this Lewis Rees come back?
It is indeed, yeah.
That's good news for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees has been off the field for quite since mid-afternoon, having bowled just 2 overs, so he's felt able now to return.
Yeah, he's taking out the position at mid-on. So maybe this is just an instance where Rees has felt something while bowling and still okay to continue for the rest of the game, as he has done since coming back from injury, but not going to be relied upon to bowl. Which from Derbyshire's point of view is a shame, considering his strong performance in the competition last season. Top wicket taker by quite some way for Derbyshire with 50 in last year's campaign, but I suppose you'd much rather be precautious and have those wickets in later seasons than do any further damage, as that is clubbed.
Beautiful shot.
One bounce 4 from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, and Derbyshire will be conscious that if he's off the field for too long, then he might not be able to take his place towards the top of the order. So want to get him out there. That was a very nice shot from Robinson.
Now
straight
driving
down the ground, gets through for a single.
Yeah, good quick call of yes, pretty much straight away as that left the bat. Expecting that Harry Kane was going to have to put the dive into his right-hand side. Moves to the non-strikers end on 37 now.
And that's actually his top score of the season in first-class cricket, which shows what a disappointing start he's had. But hopefully now he can go on. Clark pushing that out for a single. So one of Anderson's more expensive overs. Quite unusual.
Yes, one going for 6 so far. Got one more ball left in this over as well. And Robinson looks like he's just starting to try and get a foothold now.
Well left.
Very well left.
Off stump, not tempted. Not letting the success of other shots go to his head and just letting it pass by.
So that's the end of the over. 6 from this over. 220 for 4. Go Durham, and this partnership now worth 64.
So we're going to have Shoaib Bashir to bowl some off spin, of presumably just 2 overs before the new ball.
Yeah, Durham not showing that they're going to fall for the Nick Potts short ball ploy. So Wayne Madsen here, maybe also just to try and get back on top of the over rate. They are +1 from the over rate right now, so maybe just a sense of that. Maybe just again put a little bit more rest into a pace bowler that really does produce some nice pace and carry through.
Yeah, they'll want Potts to come back
Mm-hmm.
later on, just for probably for 2 or 3 overs after Mohammed Abbas and Aitchison have taken the new ball.
Clark winds up, gets through, came at short cover. Moves on to 44. Robinson.
Driven out by Robinson for 4. Beautiful shot through the covers for Ollie Robinson. He moves up to 41.
Yeah, he's looking like he's really starting to get into some rhythm now and some groove, Ollie Robinson, which is what we've been wanting to see from him all season.
Absolutely. He's such a class act, but has just had a bad run, really, for disappointing season last year. And just not started well this year, but very good wicket keeper and very talented batter.
Ooh, bottom edge.
Lucky boy there, as it just squeezes close to the stump. And
yeah, have a look back at how close that was. Just managed to get enough to guide it away. Clark asked the question of the quick single. Robinson not as interested. That wind you can see from your picture really continuing to pick up.
pushed out there by Robinson to the sweeper on the offside. Another single. He moves to 42. Clark on 44.
Yeah, 6 off the over. Bashir's going to try the change of angle for the last ball of the over against Graham Clark. That'll just be a defence to Harry Kane at short cover. Plays a little bit of hot potato between him and Brooke Guest. And that'll be the end of the over. Equaling the most expensive over for Shoaib Bashir. That 6 runs again from it. Durham up to 226 for 4. I'm going to see Matthew Montgomery removing the jumper here.
Just I think he builds off breaks, is that right? Just an over, just to try something different before the new ball is taken.
Yeah, right arm off break from Matthew Montgomery. Has 4 first-class wickets to his name. And he's going to be greeted by a back foot punch by Ollie Robinson. Square of the offside for just a single. playing very much a Colin Ackerman style role with this over.
Yeah. That goes out into the leg side from Clark. Didn't really get hold of it properly, but with a single. Rattling through the over. Keeps his arm very close to the side of the body as he comes up to bowl.
That's heaved. And it's going to go all the way. 4-4 for Ollie Robinson.
Heaved and deserved to be heaved, I think it's fair to say.
That puts him up to 47 now.
Don't say anything. Commentator's curse today. That's pushed for a single. He moves to 48.
Yeah, smart batting there from Ollie Robinson. Dispatch the bad ball and then get to the safety net on striker's end. Gives Graham Clark a chance. And it'll just be defended into mid-wicket. They will retain the strike for presumably Derbyshire. So end of the over. 8 runs from that over there. So a productive one from Durham. They move up to 234 for 4. One more over before Derbyshire can take that second new ball into hand. And already I can see Ben Aitchison and Mohammed Abbas starting to limber up. It will be Bashir to bowl this 80th over. Clark 4 away, Robinson 2. Clark loads up. Thinks about running.
Yeah, mid-off is quite deep and that went wide of them, but it was hit firmly, so didn't risk the single.
It's quite deep and a bit wider as well than mid-off. That one's driven through the gap, and that will be the 50 for Graham Clark. He's been very, very patient to get there. 135 deliveries he's faced. But Graham Clark finally has a 50. A Durham batsman finally has a 50. 135 balls, 157 minutes, 5 fours, no sixes. Well batted.
That's his second 50 of the season for Durham in first-class cricket. And that's a drive down to mid-off, and this time he does get the single, sets off quickly, and Robinson responds to the call.
Yeah, maybe a little unfortunate there, Clark, that he actually didn't manage to get it into the traditional mid-off sort of gap.
Bit straighter.
Yeah, could have had back-to-back boundaries. Now Robinson. Defends the first of a maximum of 3 balls that he could see from Shah Bashir. At least unless Bashir bowls a no ball. And drag down a little bit more from Bashir. A bit more pace. Now driving, but straight to cover.
So after 80 overs, 239 for 4, essentially 3 runs per over. And here's Mohammed Abbas taking off his cap and sweater and no doubt taking the new ball. We'll get that signal from the umpire in a moment, I'm sure.
Yeah, it'll be Graham Clark who will have the job of facing the new ball first. You see the ball there in the right hand of umpire Warren, and there is the signal and confirmation that Derbyshire have indeed taken the second new ball at readily available. So Mohammed Abbas back into the attack, none for 39 off 17 overs he's bowled today so far, 4 maidens amongst them. It's been economical. He's asked 1 or 2 questions here and there, but maybe not as many questions that Derbyshire would have liked of the Durham batters.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be a critical last hour or so of play. You know, middle of the afternoon when Durham lost their 4th wicket for 156, Derbyshire were very much on top. But this partnership has swung it probably back a bit more in Durham's favour. And they will be... Mohammed Abbas makes a false start there, maybe put off by the wind. And they'll just be hoping that they can get through this period with, well, hopefully losing no wickets, but certainly no more than 1. And, you know, then be in a strong position to push on better than we had been hoping for from a Durham perspective.
Oh, it's
what
gone.
A good catch that is.
First ball on the new ball, and it's Graham Clark after racking up the 50.
I think that was Ben Aitchison, I think, caught it at the second slip.
It was indeed.
Yeah, caught there. Got 51 and then out. I think probably a little bit more bounce with the harder, newer ball. Surprised him. And yes, what we were just saying, this is a crucial hour.
Yeah, so the partnership of 83 between Graham Clark and Ollie Robinson is broken. And it's Clark, after picking up his second first-class 50 of the season, has to depart. He's played very, very patiently, very, very watchful. His time at the crease is now done. So this would bring Casey Aldridge out at number 7.
Top score of 99 this season. Very unlucky to fall for 99. And he comes in following a very sharp catch at second slip, when he himself is a fantastic second slip. Well, he's already in 6 matches taken 19 catches. Which is quite incredible.
That's really something.
Amazingly good slip fielder.
Yeah, been chipping in with catches as well in the short form of the game. Picked up 3 catch haul in one of the games here in the T20 Vitality Blast. One of them off of his own bowling. A very strong pair of hands, but how good would that pair of hands be against basically a fresh ball with Mohammed Abbas picking up his first wicket for the game? Bowling to 3 slips, point cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a long leg. Gets back behind it.
And suddenly Mohammed Abbas does not look as tired as he did a few overs ago, when he looked like a man who needed a rest. But nothing like a wicket to liven up a fast bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially an opening fast bowler. They've been given the brand new ball.
New cherry in the hand.
Oh, hits the pad. Big appeal. Abbas was a little later on the appeal.
I'm not sure there wasn't a bit of bat there. Or it's probably high.
Yeah, I think height the issue there for me on quick watch back. But like you say, Mohamed Abbas looking a little bit more lively, starting to ask those questions that we said he wasn't maybe necessarily asking as many of through his previous spells. That's chipped up and over the top of mid-wicket by Casey Aldridge. That's really nicely done.
That's one of his favourite shots I've noticed this season watching him. He anything on his leg stump like that, he's quite quick to flick it away. Ground staff sitting bathed in sunshine now. You can't believe it after an hour ago.
Yeah, their hard job's been done for today.
Ooh, Aldridge looks to turn that one again, but it's not there in the same way, and he gets turned around a little bit. In really rather an awkward position at the end of.
Last ball of the over. Square leg's going to be sent back onto the boundary. And it's just pushed down the leg side. Aldridge doesn't bite, and that will be the end of the over. So the lovely chip over mid-wicket, the scoring shot. But the big 80-run partnership being broken. Graham Clark dismissed. Durham 243 for 5. Just as Durham were looking like they were starting to gain a real considerable foothold in the game, the new ball pays dividends for Derbyshire. Now they'll hope they can get a similar response with Ben Aitchison, who's been probably the pick of the bowlers so far today. Two for 41 off 16 overs with 2 maidens. That one crashes into the pads as well. Slips caught and were animated. But when you've got a new ball nipping around, your opening partnership bowlers charging in at nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, you're going to be a little bit more animated than usual.
Oh, it's good to keep them encouraged.
Oh, feathered down the leg side and caught another really, really good take from Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And Ollie Robinson is the second Durham batsman to fall just shy of a half century. He goes for 48, which will be his first class highest this season. But it's back-to-back wickets in back-to-back overs, and Derbyshire really wrestling control back into this game. It's 243 for 6 now.
Well, that's always such a frustrating way for a batter to get out, but it's a big part of the game, and Ollie Robinson will be irritated with himself there, but well bowled. In many ways, Ben Aitchison deserves the 3rd wicket today. He's been, as Ben said, the pick of the bowlers, very accurate. And that, in truth, was a surprise, a rare ball down the leg side. But a superb catch by Brooke Guest, who's now got 3 catches in the innings.
Yeah, 2 of them really, really strong takes as well. That one and the grab for David Beddingham.
Yeah.
That brings Ben Rain out at number 8. And all of a sudden, when it looked like that Durham were thinking about upwards of the possibility of 300, they now need to really consolidate and make sure that they reach 250 plus at this point.
Yes, and this is not what you want. 2 new batters in with a new ball. And
yes, if you're Durham, it's definitely not what you'll want. If you're Derbyshire, You are salivating at the chance to get through the remainder of this tail.
Yeah.
Maybe even get the opportunity to bat a couple of overs.
Well, maybe that's why Lewis Rees had confidence that he needed to be out on the field so he could get a bat. Yeah.
Width and punished by Ben Rain. That's a lovely shot through backward point. No first ball fears from Ben Rain. Sends it away for 4.
It seemed to sit up for him quite nicely to play it away.
Yeah, just jumped up right into the arc. Didn't have to do anything too extravagant, just freed up the hands.
Just in behind that one.
Two balls left in the over. Reached past 6 o'clock here at the Banks Homes Riverside. After the rain delay, after the new ball's been taken, it's a very different complexion to this game. Now Rain into the leg side. That might find the boundary rope as well. It does.
So that brings up the 250 for Durham, 251, and that's the first batting bonus point. So important milestone. Important to keep ticking off these bonus points.
Speaking of bonus points as well, with the 6th wicket falling, that's the second bowling point.
Set 2 for Derbyshire. Yeah.
And a leave from Ben Rain.
So a wicket and 2 boundaries off the over. Ben Rain's looked in good form in most of his innings this season, and of course got a century recently.
Yeah, 106 against Kent in that draw in the last county championship round. They're going to need him to be on fine form if Durham want to pick up minimum 49 more runs for the last 4 wickets. Mohamed Abbas will continue. Edged and past 2nd and 3rd slip by Casey Aldridge. That's going to race away. And both men in the cordon there just looked at each other and looked at the ground. And by the time they did, the ball whizzed past them.
Frustrating for the bowler. And Durham will take every run at this situation.
You just have to see where that goes height-wise. I mean, it's probably a tough chance. 2nd slip probably more in the game there than 3rd slip.
And the keeper's the one who runs after it. With his pads on.
Yeah, often the way. Rees and Abbas just having a small little passing word or two. Well watched.
Leaves that one to go through.
Yeah, well watched by Casey Aldridge there. Both batters at the moment only dealing in boundaries. 4 falls between the two of them. I wonder how much longer that's going to last on for. Ooh, offers the bat.
Good delivery there from Abbas.
Yeah, really good 2 comeback deliveries after that outside edge racing down through 3rd. Ben Rain coming up to actually just try and steady the nerves and steady the adrenaline of Casey Aldridge. Still quite young. jumped up and he's going to fall short of mid-on.
There is a big gap on the leg side because there's simply a mid-on and then two men back on the boundary, deep square leg and deep long leg. So there's a big gap, but Casey Aldridge almost there managed to chip it to mid-on.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying to do there, Aldridge.
Yeah.
But not necessarily maybe the ball to try it on. That one down the leg side, and Aldridge pulls the hands up in enough time. Trying not to emulate Ollie Robinson with his dismissal. Will there be any alterations in the field for this last ball? Doesn't look like it. Happy to keep point where it is and not onto the boundary rope. So I'll just be guided into that vacant leg side. Reese will come around and do the fielding. Casey Aldridge will retain the strike to go up against Ben Aitchison. 5 runs off that over. Durham 256 for 6. Aldridge and Rain having a little bit more of a lengthy conference in the middle before this next Ben Aitchison over. Have his tail up after picking up the wicket of Ollie Robinson in his previous over. It's on a good line and length to start against Aldridge.
And Aldridge, for Aldridge, Aitchison just has the one man deep and has a mid-on and a mid-wicket.
Ooh, trying to crunch that through cover. There's the gap between point and cover, which is where he looked like he was trying to place that, but timing just a bit off on that shot.
Cut slightly low.
Yeah, got a little surprised on that one from Aldridge. A little signal to Ben Rain at the non-striker's end. Now the man at mid-wicket is going to be sent back to deep square leg. Down the ground, Aldridge was keen on the single, Rain not so much.
I think Rain was correct there. I don't think there was a run there. They'd have been in all sorts of bother if they'd gone for it.
Yeah, good throw into Guest behind the stumps at the striker's end. Could have put Ben Rain in a world of bother.
That's punched, or nudged round the corner rather than punched to fine leg for a single. Oh no, it's a leg by.
Yeah.
Haven't had too many of those today.
No, that's actually the first.
I don't think we'd had many, but yeah, just one.
Yeah, first leg by of the innings, which, considering some of the balls that have been fired down the leg side, and some of the appeals as well that Derbyshire have had for LBW. Again, maybe an instance of Durham just not willing to take too many of those risks. Outside edge from Ben Rain. Good diving stop at gully by Anderson. to conclude the over. So just the leg by from it means it will be a technicality and maiden over to Ben Aitchison, his third of the day. That means Durham at 257 for 6.
It'll be a Bass to continue. 12 overs left in the day. We looked like we were going to get a fairly prompt finish before we had that heavy downpour. I'd rather put a pay to that. But
oh, that's going to be run down to third again. Not sure it's going to quite get all the way.
Should get 3 though. Yeah.
Good running from Ben Rain.
That was all along the ground. No semblance of a chance at all. So Aldridge into double figures onto 12.
12 off 17. Had the 1 or 2 close calls. One with the boundary that found the gap between second and third slip, and then the half pop up to mid-on. Bass going round the wicket to Ben Rain, who hasn't spent too much time at the striker's end, purely due to the fact that his scoring shots have both found the boundary rope. Casey Aldridge has been bearing the brunt of the new ball attack since making his way in. Oh, that strikes the pad.
Bit high and possibly going down the leg side as well. And the angle.
Yeah, it's height again for me. You got it spot on, Steve. Mohamed Abbas pretty quickly started the turn and walked back to his stride, despite the encouragement from the slip cordon to try and get him to join in with the appeal. Bit of width and crunched by Ben Rain, driving on the up. Ben Rain, he's only dealing in boundaries so far today. That's his third 4.
The new ball going quickly off the bat. And,
yeah, that got to the rope in a hurry from Ben Rain. So he joins Casey Aldridge on 12, but only there off 8 balls.
that one's just pushed back up the pitch. And,
better return ball there from Mohamed Abbas.
yes, he doesn't want to be giving Ben Rain too much width so that he can throw his arms at the ball, because he'll be very effective in doing that.
Oh, that hits the pad. Only a short and muted appeal.
Yeah. 7 runs off that over. 264 for 6 and 11 left in the day.
Gives us a quick opportunity to go round the grounds for maybe the last time today.
Yeah, we haven't done that for a while.
We're seeing our second innings, our second team going into the new innings in Blackpool, Lancashire. Bowling Kent all out for 178. They have lost their first wicket though, have the Red Rose. Harry Singh being bowled for a duck by Keith Dudgeon. So they're 5 for 1.
Ooh.
That one strikes the pad. They really like this one. And that's going to be given.
Yeah.
Well, you asked the question so many times, eventually you're going to get one right. And Ben Aitchison has his 4th wicket of the day. It's Casey Aldridge trapped in front. He goes for 12. Durham 264 for 7.
Yeah, Naeem Ashraf seemed to take his time there, but it looked pretty plumb to me. And he has to go. So the new ball has certainly been effective for Derbyshire. 3 wickets have gone down in just into the 6th over with the new ball. So Durham has slipped from 239 for 4 to 269 to 239 for 4 to 264 for 7. So 4.
Yeah, been losing wickets quite easily and quite considerably here.
Matthew Potts, who has shown some good batting form this season, comes in at number 9. He'd have been hoping a little while ago that he was going to be able to keep his feet up in the dressing room until tomorrow morning, but he's out there now, and with his opening bowling partner for Durham, they'll be wanting to try and move Durham as close as possible they can to 300 and a second batting point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely will. But like you said, certainly no slouch with the bat, as is a large majority of the tail for Durham. Never forget his 66 against Lancashire here last month. Him and Callum Parkinson trying to be a real thorn in the side for the Red Rose on day 2. Bit of a different game situation here, though.
The impressive Ben Aitchison now has 4 wickets for 49.
Yeah, been very, very good today, has Ben Aitchison.
Potts pushes that out into the onside, but no run.
Yeah, and the energy rejuvenated and back up once again in the Derbyshire fielding outfit. They only need to find 3 more wickets to end this Durham first innings. Ooh, good leave from Potts.
I think Aitchison will want to carry on bowling, try and get a 5-4.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if he keeps 1 or 2 more overs from the Lumley end. Abbas maybe 1 more. Then turn to Potts and Anderson potentially to close out the day. Last ball to come of this over. Man on the leg side goes back onto the boundary, offering up that single to keep Potts on strike. Potts won't take it, rises up high and defends down. It's not for the first time today. Ben Aitchison picks up a wicket maiden. It's his 4th maiden, which involved his 4th wicket. Durham 264 for 7.
Mohammed Abbas going to carry on now with Ben Rain on strike.
Yeah, we'll quickly take you through the remainder of the scores while we were so rudely cut off by Ben Aitchison picking up his 4th wicket. Middlesex against Worcestershire. Middlesex 278 for 7. Northants against Gloucestershire. Northants in a commanding lead in the state of that game. 380 for 7. That one strikes the pad. Big appeal from Mohammed Abbas. And the umpire is unmoved once again today. Asking very, very strong questions and finishing the day really, really well. Derbyshire.
They've kept at it very impressively. Because they've never allowed Durham to score quickly, even when they've built partnerships for a little while. They kept on top of the run rate. Ooh. I think
It's been put down.
Yeah.
Yeah, big chance there to get Ben Rain.
Edged by Rain. Guest puts it down. And he's kept so well today. Abbas has a little smile. Such an experienced fast bowler. It's happened to him before. He knows he has to be phlegmatic about it.
Throwing the ball up to himself a little bit. Still smiling, Riley.
Oh, what a good ball.
Waft again from Ben Rain. But yeah, like you say, Steve, a gem of a ball.
Yeah, bit of bounce. Tempting him to play.
Oh, a little bit of late nip as well.
Yeah, very good.
It was just pitched up and started a fraction wider as well than the one that Rain carved away for 4 a couple of overs ago. Veteran experience from Abbas. Oh, this time squirrels away from Ben Rain. Set off quickly. And will come back quickly as well. That's good intent and good running to come back for a second.
Sure, Matthew Potts was in a hurry to get back to the non-striker's end with Mohammed Abbas bowling like this.
Yeah, was it maybe Potsy that was trying to call Ben Rain through? Say, I don't want to face this guy. I don't mind if I'm on naught as long as I'm not facing him. Rain up to runnable 14. Defended to mid-on. This time, no man being pushed back onto the boundary rope. On either side, it's Potts that they want to try and attack at. Oh, it strikes the pad again. Cordon up for a moment, but then immediately getting themselves into position for what will be the 88th over. 9 overs left in the day's play. Derbyshire probing nicely with this new ball. Durham 266 for 7.
And the 4 main bowlers that Derbyshire have used today have provided an ample, very good demonstration of the fact that on a wicket like this, if you bowl straight, you bowl a good line and length, you move the ball about a little, you don't need to have express pace to be a handful. Potts drives nicely, but just finds mid-off.
Yeah, good shape to that drive from Potts. Just maybe not quite the timing of the placement. There is a little gap between cover and mid-off.
With a new ball, Aitchison is probably not unhappy to see Potts attempting a drive. That's forward defensive this time. Pushes it back up the pitch.
Yeah, a bit straighter from Aitchison there. But yeah, like you say, this ball coming up to 8 overs old. So still pretty fresh. And persisting with the 3-man slip cordon as well. Derbyshire. Madsen at first, Jewell at second, Anderson at third. Short ball from Aitchison. I think that's one of the first we've seen from him today.
He's happy to duck under it.
Yeah, Potts will just be more than happy to soak up deliveries here. Try and get himself and Rain through to the end of the day's play. 266 for 7. Not a bad platform to try and springboard off tomorrow morning. As we've been mentioning a few times throughout the later stages of today's play, Durham probably eyeing up 300 to 350 as the total that they want to set for Derbyshire in their first innings. Deep square leg gonna come a little squarer. Ooh.
Potts leaves, and that's a 5th maiden for Ben Aitchison.
It's 3 on the bounce for Ben Aitchison as well for maidens. Sandwiched in between the wicket maiden as well.
Yeah, impressive use of the new ball at the end of the day when he'd already bowled 16 overs before the new ball was taken. So impressive stamina to come back and perform so well with the new cherry.
So 8 overs left of the day's play.
And Abbas is going to carry on round the wicket to Ben Rain.
Yes, it'll be his 5th over of this spell, I believe.
Yeah, be hoping to catch that edge. Rain just pushes that up to mid-on.
Yeah, gets the full face of the bat to start off this over. I'm feeling that this might be his last over of the day, potentially. Abbas. One more from Aitchison and then a 3-over blast from Nick Potts and Martin Anderson potentially to finish the day's play. Oh, but Abbas wants a wicket. Before that happens, was really interested in that appeal. Maybe going and trickling down leg side.
I think so.
The amount of appeals that Derbyshire have put forward to the umpires for leg before wicket today. I suppose that is another aspect of the strength of just bowling the line and length, a little bit of movement here and there. Bringing that front pad into question a lot more. Trying to go for the sweeping, crunching drive. Not for the first time. Rain stepping across there against Abbas. Try meeting the flight of the ball before it pitches or get some of that late movement off the surface.
Ooh, nibbles at the one outside the off stump. Goes through to Guest and
Yeah, a bit of
Tempted.
late shape.
tempted.
Very tempted. Bit of late shape away there from Ben Rain, which drew him into just feeling for the ball that wasn't there. Last ball of the over coming up. Bashir is going to walk his way back to cover. And it's up in the air and gets away over the top of the slips cordon. Ben Rain finds the boundary rope once again. And it's 4 more runs to the total. Stops the maiden over. Durham 270 for 7. Dare I suggest that Ben Rain maybe not 100% in control of that shot?
Absolutely not. Yeah, he's played 1 or 2 good shots, but 1 or 2 fortuitous, I think is the appropriate word.
Well, I'll take the fortune.
Absolutely.
Puts Durham 30 away from that 300 target. And an extra batting bonus point. Oh, outside edge. Run down towards third
Yeah.
man.
I think he was relatively in control of that. Certainly more fortuitous than the last 4. Less fortuitous than the last 4. More controlled. So Matthew Potts off the mark with the boundary. Off his 12th delivery. But certainly keeping the slips interested with that.
Yeah, particularly Anderson, the widest of the cordon. That one, that was in control. That's absolutely hammered through mid-off. Back-to-back boundaries for Matthew Potts.
Yeah, if it's up there like that, Matthew Potts is going to give it the full treatment, and he did that beautifully there.
Yeah, right into the zone for Matthew Potts. Better return there from Aitchison. Aiming more in on middle and leg. After soaking up a little bit of pressure early, Matthew Potts jumps up to 8 off 14. Rain still enterprising away at the non-strikers end, 18 off 22 for him. Oh, playing late with the cut there, doesn't quite squeeze the gap between point and cover.
Repeats the shot, slightly frustrated that he did miss the gap, because I think that was there to be hit on that occasion. Aitchison perhaps showing signs of the fact that this is his 21st over of the day, the 5th of his spell. Ooh, but that's a bit of an effort ball, bit of bounce.
Yeah, trying to give every last little bit of energy here for Ben Aitchison. As I said earlier, probably be his last over. I reckon last over for a Bass might have been his last of the day.
Speared in on the stumps by Aitchison, but Potts gets behind it. Yeah, it looks like Martin Anderson is going to come on to bowl at the Finkel end to replace Mohamed Abbas. He can just graze in the outfield for the last 6 overs of the evening. He'll be grateful for that. He's worked hard, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 61 for the veteran from Pakistan.
And now the ball will be turned over to Martin Anderson. He's bowled pretty tightly so far today. Picked up the wicket of David Bedingham, one of the biggest wickets of the bowling innings, you'd have to say. Him and then Graham Clark, probably the two standouts, with Bedingham obviously breaking the big partnership. And then Graham Clark with the new ball, starting a bit of a slide for Derbyshire.
Rain in behind the first delivery from Anderson. Pushes it back up the pitch. Not quite sure what Matthew Potts and the umpire are looking at over in the towards the pavilion.
Late cut there.
Just for 1 run, down to the sweeper on the boundary. That's Nick Potts down there, I think.
Yeah, we could have a situation where it's Potts playing to Potts.
Indeed. But no relations. Unlike the Parkinson situation we've had from time to time.
This will be first chance for Matthew Potts to have a look at Anderson. Gets up high. Again, happy to just stay over the top of the ball. It's Matthew Potts. Not willing to take any risks, just see a couple of balls out, maybe see the rest of this over out. And maybe think about playing a more purposeful shot or two. And Anderson's last 2 overs of the day. Or just cut straight past the dive. And that will race away for 4.
Yeah. Nice shot from Matthew Potts, taking advantage of a gain of a bit of width.
Yeah, my suggestion of seeing out the rest of this over. Well, I suppose that's why Matthew Potts is out there and has England test caps, and I'm sat up here talking about it all.
Yeah, well, it's also the ability to execute.
Very true.
I think the thing when Matthew Potts has played for England, he hasn't actually batted to his true batting capability, because he's a very handy batter. But he hasn't tended to show that to its full effect.
End of the over, 283 for 7. So Durham 17 runs away from getting up to 300, getting that second batting bonus point. Will they try and make haste and get there before the evening is out? Or will they be happy to leave wickets in the shed, leave runs to be scored for tomorrow morning? As expected, it is going to be Nick Potts that is going to take up proceedings from the Lumley end. So Matthew Potts might not be necessarily playing to Nick Potts in the outfield. We are going to have Nick Potts bowling to Matthew Potts, or at least the prospect of that this evening. Potts bowled 1 for 57 of his 16 overs so far today. 2 maidens. And the 1 wicket that he did take was the first of the day of Ben McKinney. First of 2 LBW dismissals that Derbyshire have manufactured this innings.
Pushed off to the legs by Rain down to fine leg. So we will have Potts bowling to Potts.
That puts Durham 16 runs away from the 300. And these two at the crease, easy to just think of them as primary bowlers, but already proved throughout the season their handiness and capability with the bat. Oh, short ball. Sharp take as well.
Yeah, I think Ben Rain is definitely in the all-rounder category, and I think the batting form that Matthew Potts has shown this season and the commitment he's shown to batting, and he's obviously already got a first-class century, he's pretty close to being ranked in that way.
Oh, rose up a little bit, and that's crunched by Matthew Potts. Might just find the boundary rope as well.
Yeah.
It will. Derbyshire can't get around in time to cut that off.
Finds the gap. Nice shot from Matthew Potts. 288 for 7 now.
That's 4 scoring shots, all 4 of which have hit the boundary rope as well for Matthew Potts.
Well, save his energy, don't run too much. But if you can play shots like that, then you deserve the reward it brings, because it was a beautiful shot.
Oh, good comebacker there.
Yeah. Whipped off his toes by Potts down to deep backward square leg.
And that breaks the run of only boundary scoring shots for Matthew Potts as well. Picking up the 1, moves him up to 17 off 24. Ben Rain 20 off 25.
Short ball from Potts, and that goes through to the keeper. Rain ducks under it. Potts did have a sustained effort of short pitched bowling with an appropriately set field with the old balls shortly before new ball was taken. Didn't really look like being effective.
No, didn't really generate much joy.
One slightly loose shot from Graham Clark, but that was all. That's pushed by Rain into the covers, and they get through for a single. So Rain will keep the strike. He moves on to 21. Matthew Potts is on 17, and Durham are 290 for 7, and 4 overs are left in the day's play.
Yep, so it'll be 2 overs apiece between Anderson and Potts.
Unless they decide to give Bashir an over or 2 again, as they did with the seems a long time ago now, nearly 7 hours ago, when Bashir came on after about 10 overs. Anderson in, and Rain just pushes it back up the pitch.
Oh, shorter. Cry of catch as well from second slip. Ends up falling safely and no harm done. Oh, Peel again.
Fairly big stride in there from Rain. So before the play finishes for the day, maybe we'll have a last look at the
Yeah, it looks like we're the only game in Division 2 that's still playing at the moment. Everyone else has gone to stumps for the day.
Yeah, so in Division 2, Lancashire are 17 for 2, batting after dismissing Kent for 178. Northants 380 for 7, and Middlesex 291 for 8. Short ball, and pulls out of it. Essex 339 for 4, and Jordan Cox celebrating his call up to the England squad with a 183 not out.
Wow.
Of 176 balls.
Wow.
And Matthew Critchley, formerly of Derbyshire, here is out for 97. Poor chap. Pushed for a single by Rain. Somerset 295 for 7 against Nottinghamshire, and Sussex are 136 for 2, having bowled out Glamorgan for 155. So now 3 overs left, so we know that whatever happens now, we're not going to see Derbyshire back this evening.
Yeah.
It might have seemed lightly a few overs ago, but these two have steadied the ship and played some nice, attractive shots in the evening sunshine.
Yeah, they have indeed. Partnership up to 27 between these two. And they want it to stay that way, at least with the partnership intact. Rain. They're going to be leg buys down towards fine leg. There's the confirmation of the signal with the umpire. Nick Potts continuing to bowl from the Lumley end. Ooh, down the leg side, and another sharp take there from Guest behind the stumps. Not for the first time today. He's been called into action. A very neat day with the gloves. Taken 3 catches. Potentially could have had a 4th as well.
Yeah, just one drop. Drop Ben Rain. Ooh, that was a nasty short ball. Potts gets himself out of the way. That was well directed. Yeah, and we think that's probably the only drop catch, because we think we were possibly a little unfair on Ben Aitchison, that he had dropped a catch that it actually dropped short. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I think it might have been Beddingham.
Yes, it was Beddingham.
Potts will call off Nick Potts. One of the bails is blown off.
That shows how windy it's become. I'm sure the ground staff are going to make sure that the covers are well tied down this evening. Ooh, what a nice ball that was. Late in the day, producing some nice movement away.
Yeah, kept a little lower as well there from Nick Potts.
Yeah.
Matthew Potts does enough, though, to worm the bat out of the way of the path.
Yeah, I think if it had been a little bit fuller, he'd have been in a
Yeah.
bit more trouble with it.
Two more balls left to come. That one driven straight back. Potts to Potts, or at least on the way through. Will be stopped at mid-off. Last ball to go. As Nick Potts try and persist with his short ball tactic. To try and push a little bit faller and juice that outside edge of Matthew Potts. It's up in the air and it's flicked away nicely, and it might just race away as well. It will.
Fifth boundary for Matthew Potts, moves on to 21. That's nicely found the gap. Durham 296 for 7, and this has been a very valuable partnership for the 8th wicket. Once again, Matthew Potts and Ben Rain showing the value of their batting later on in the innings.
Yeah, up to 32 between these two now, and Durham just 4 runs away from getting up to 300. And that was the target that we'd identified in the early afternoon session. It's going to be Anderson to bowl out the last over from the Finkel end. A little bit of shape in there to Rain. Tucked off his hip for 1.
He moves around for the right-hander. And Anderson will come back over the wicket. So I think Durham will feel that whatever happens with the rest of their innings, they've got a fairly substantial target total to bowl at. Evenly poised match. Matthew Potts plays it out into the offside quite comfortably.
Yeah, there's multiple points in the day's play where this could have really gotten out of hand for either team, in fairness.
Absolutely.
I mean, Durham losing 2 wickets in both the lunch and the afternoon, the morning and the afternoon sessions.
156 for 4, you possibly have taken this score. But then, Durham got to 239 for 4, and Derbyshire would be thinking, oh dear. And then the new ball did a good job. Those three wickets falling in quick succession. But this partnership's redressed the balance. So a very entertaining day's cricket. Not the most spectacular, but entertaining nonetheless, and sets up an enthralling prospect for tomorrow.
Width edged and out down to third man there from Matthew Potts. That will bring up the 300 for Durham.
And second batting bonus point, I think you might have been a little bit harsh on him there to say it was edged. Was he not playing for that? Have a look at it again.
Let's watch it back.
Oh no,
that's the previous boundary. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, yeah, maybe a little bit more guidance than on first watch from Matthew Potts.
Yeah, I think you did him a bit hard on him there. That's a nice shot. No run. The fielder close in on the offside. So the last ball of Martin Anderson's spell, his day's work as a bowler, will be done after this ball. Assuming it's legitimate delivery, of course.
It is legitimate. Tries to drive through the covers, but can only find mid-on. End of the over. End of the bowling for Martin Anderson today. He finishes with 1 for 52. His job's not done. He'll have to come back tomorrow. Just how many wickets will be left will depend on this last over from Nick Potts. Partnership between Ben Rain and Matthew Potts up to 37. Durham will want that intact through these last 6 deliveries. Chipped up, going to fall short of mid-off.
Ooh,
A direct hit at the non-striker's end.
good bit of fielding there from Harry Kame. He's not been put off by his 2 overthrows that came from a similar situation this morning. Went for it, hit the stumps on that occasion, but Ben Rain just home. He's keen to get up to the other end.
Yeah, he'll be keen for the sanctity of the pavilion. Potts rising up and defending. We are now officially the only game still playing in the County Championship. Essex are at stumps down in Leicester to close day one's play, 342 for 5. We've got 4 more balls potentially here to look at. Again, getting Potts to leap around a little bit here, but still getting enough bat on ball. Appreciate your words there, Simon. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. It'll be myself and Ash Thorpe. I'll be bringing you coverage of day 2 of this Division 2 contest tomorrow.
And I will be back with you on Monday if
If we get to day 4, which
looks like we probably will at the moment. But who knows?
Ooh, defending again, half a cry of catch as that popped up towards short cover.
But 1 ball left of the day's play as the clock ticks towards 7 o'clock. Slightly later than we anticipated because of a very heavy downpour that was thankfully short-lived. And once it stopped and we got all the covers off, we were able to start again quickly. Ground drains quickly, so there's no problem like that.
Mid-off being brought up for this last ball of the day's play. And Potts will be in behind it, defends it well. 1 run to close the last over of the day, and that will be stumps on day 1. A day that's been pretty even for both sides. Derbyshire picking up 7 wickets, 3 of them being prized from the new ball. But the partnership's starting to flow in the late stages of this batting innings, and Ben Rain and Matthew Potts standing resolute with a 38-run partnership, and will go into the end of day 1 at 302 for 7. Really intriguing contest and a really intriguing day 2 ahead tomorrow, I think, Steve.
Absolutely, yes. I'll be at the ground tomorrow, but not commentating with you, but I would encourage those who can't get along to the match to join in with Ben and Ash watching the match, because I think it's going to be very interesting to see how it pans out. Well, have a very good evening, and we'll hopefully have you join us tomorrow.
Absolutely. Enjoy the opening game of the Women's T20 World Cup. That's already underway, 9-0 for England, or the Men's World Cup, depending on your fancy. We'll see you here, though, either way, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock.